Hi, you guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Let me introduce our panelists for tonight. We have Lauren, Tam Tam, Mistaken, Key Bomb, and our guest panelists are Tan, Trill, and Humble Dad, who disappeared for a second. I don't know where he went, but I'm sure he'll be back shortly. Hi, y'all.
How you doing?
In the South, so I say y'all. Hi, y'all.
Hey, girl.
You all.
Y'all have me saying that too.
I know. Rubbing off on you in a good way.
In a good way.
It goes away when I go back to New York. We're like, what up?
Okay. You know, I used to run my little fake New York accent, back in the day when I was, he's like, talk. I'm a talking. It didn't sound. I'll be trying. Anyhow, everybody in the chat, hey, you guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful week and your weekend is even better than the week. How about that? So let's get straight to the subject, the Black mentality. First question is, sorry, I have two laptops today because I had to change laptops at the last minute and I didn't have an opportunity to change the information. So sorry. The first question is, do you think African Americans have a deficit mentality? Do you think African Americans have a deficit mentality?
Real quick, can you define deficit mentality in the context you're using it in that question?
Well, let me give you the definition. I'm just saying more like a you want to explain that, Tara, Mistaken?
Yeah. Well, I know in the education field is more along the lines of like when teachers or administrative leaders focus on the problem rather than the potential. So you're like, oh well, for instance, like the kids, these students won't be able to do well because they're living in poverty. They're from single-led households. So you're focusing on that as opposed to seeing the potential and what they can do.
So it'll be like that victim. What you say along the line, like the victim, when people say here the
Victim
victim
Olympics.
Olympics thing,
Yeah,
kind of like that.
Olympics.
It's just a different wording.
I would say definitely. Definitely. And I think it's because it makes a lot of us feel better about not accomplishing anything or quitting on things early. Right. We can always tie it back to that, excuse in terms of, I come from this type of neighborhood or I had this kind of upbringing. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to say excuse like that just doesn't factor in at all because it does. Right. But fact of the matter is that in that same neighborhood where you got shooting going on and drug dealing going on and, young pregnancy going on, you have people that are prospering, that are leaving that situation and prospering. And more times than not, they in a lot of times the worst situation than you are. You know what I'm saying? You at least you got one parent. This person is sleeping from couch to couch, going to school and playing ball and doing what they got to do to get the hell up out the neighborhood. So, but again, it helps me sleep better at night if I could tie my failure to something that's quote unquote systematic, and then I could just rest in that more so than looking at it from like a glass half full. Like, what are those type of situations instill in you? It instills hustle in you. It instills drive in you. It instills like, if I can make it out of this situation, and I'm a living example. If I can make it out of this situation, I can thrive anywhere because it ain't nothing that I'm gonna face when I leave here that's gonna be scarier than what I seen growing up. You know what I'm saying? So that is a way of looking at it, and the ones who look at it like that tend to thrive when they leave. But the ones who, again, approach things from the deficit perspective, they tend to stay in that situation forever, making excuses. So definitely.
Yeah, I would definitely agree in the sense of having a deficit mindset, because if you look at being in the schools, being the smart kid is looked at or frowned upon in a negative way, right? So if I'm making good grades, then I'm being made fun of, and so because it appears to them that I'm bragging on myself or feeling a ways about myself, that I'm saying something about them, right? And oftentimes, Black people in general want to blame somebody else for where it is that they are. Well, and sometimes that is the case, that I'm here because of a particular reason or a person, but I don't have to stay here. The reason why I'm staying here is because of me, right? And so the people, like Trill said, that make it out see that I am in this situation, but I want to get out, and I'm gonna figure out a way to get out. And unfortunately, most of us don't try to get out. So that's my take on it.
I think sometimes too, when you come from those areas, you need educators that truly care about the children, because how many times do we hear some of those people that actually made it out of those poverty stricken areas, and they all seem to always have a story to tell about a teacher that they had that told them that they would never amount to anything. So I think we really have to start speaking life into our youth, into our children, especially if you know that they come from that, and not use that as a negative to describe them and their behavior, because they are a product of their environment. So you as an educator, how can we help change their mentality to where we can help them succeed? And you can't save them all, but if you're taking that step to be in that profession, it is your duty to try.
I agree. I would also say with the deficit mindset, like we definitely have it. I would also say that in order for you to be able to know what better is, you have to have some type of exposure to it. In most cases, some people do have that exposure. They do have teachers or mentors or other people that they look up to that's able to pull them from that space, from that poverty, and introduce them to new environments that will actually help them expand their mind on what is out there beyond whatever they see when they walk out their front door. But then there are those that don't have that access. They don't have the mentorships, or maybe they don't know anyone who can mentor them beyond what they already see. And so a lot of the reasons why I think we're in the deficit mindset is because we don't, in order for you don't know what you don't know. In order for you to understand something well enough, you have to have some type of exposure to it for you to be able to comprehend it on a different level. And a lot of us don't have that because we're in survival mode. When you're in survival mode, you're not really thinking about, buying a passport or going out here to do this or do that, because you can think of 100 different ways you can spend that $200, $300 to help you get to the next day or the next week. So, we're in the deficit mindset. We need to get out of it, but we also have to talk about how we have to expose people to different things for them to be able to see beyond what they see.
I was gonna say, like, I think part of the issue is we bought into the idea of what history has told us we are, and so we are what we think we are, and so we behave in kind. Um, I just think it's a deficit mentality, and then we're around so much negativity. And I remember reading somewhere that it says for every one like negative, you need to have at least 5 to 7 positives to counteract that, right? And so I think a lot of times we are focused so much on the reason why, as opposed to focusing on the solution of it, right? And kind of like what Trill was saying in terms of it excuses the work that needs to be done. When you're able to tie it to say this is what happened. Yeah, we know historically, we're in a situation. I remember reading something that just kind of ran through why, right? But okay, so we know the why, and we spend so much time, money, and effort in talking about the why, but we don't put that same amount of time and energy in actually implementing the solutions. And so I think it keeps us pigeonholed into this mindset of not being able to do better. And then those that do better, we're like, oh, that's an anomaly. That doesn't work for everybody, right? And then like what Tam was saying in terms of educators, as well. I've seen some great teachers that inspire and have reached like some of the worst kids and have turned their lives around because they finally had somebody that poured into them. But I've also seen the opposite. And even for me, I remember my third grade teacher, told me that I wasn't going to be able to get into this gifted and talented school that my parents, made me and my sisters go to. She was just like, "Oh, you're not smart enough. You're not going to be able to get in." So things like, and the fact that that stuck with me since third grade. So definitely I think educators just play a role, but parents have far more influence. So if your parents are thinking with a deficit mindset, then more than likely you're going to be impacted by that as well.
Definitely agree with what you guys are saying. Many times as a people, we as Black people definitely have a deficit mentality. I was looking at an article, and according to the article, factors include educational inequalities, neighborhood effects, workplace discrimination, parenting, access to credit, rates of incarceration, and so much more. One example is, as a people, sometimes we try to compensate for our shortcomings. For example, purchasing name brand things. We have to have a Louis Vuitton or any other fancy name brand, but you don't have $100 to put in this $1,000 purse. That's a deficit mentality. We want to buy this fancy car, maybe have I'll say a Tesla. That's not really what comes to mind first, but maybe you want this other name brand car, but you don't have a house to live in. A car depreciates the moment you drive it off the lot. However, a house is an investment. We have a deficit mentality. How many of us have a 401k or stocks or bonds or any other type of appreciation, as opposed to getting so many things that depreciate? So absolutely, we as a people have to do better. We do have a deficit mentality.
I'll tell you what, another thing too, going back to what Mistaken was speaking on in terms of how we view ourselves and how we program to view ourselves. We program to view ourselves as second class citizens because of, again, using a lot of the history books and shit. And you don't realize this until you get older or painted in a way that just makes us, look less than what we are as a people. So what that does is we graduate or we go to school, and let's say we do make it out. Let's say we do go out there and get that, top flight executive position at the corporate job. Now we walking around with imposter syndrome. It's like, can I really do this job? Like, yeah, I was smart in my neighborhood, but am I going to be smart in this college with all these white folks? Like there's black smart and then there's white smart in our eyes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that right there all comes from programming. And a lot of times it'll prohibit us from making moves that we should have been made in aggressive fashion because we questioning everything. Just because I'm prospering in this environment doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to prosper in this. Like, even if you look at the colleges, they program you to think, okay, yeah, if you get a degree from Harvard, it's going to mean more than you getting a degree from Howard or, historically black college, whatever the case may be. And we could bring that down to even smaller scale. I know a couple of y'all live in Texas, PV, compared to U of H. If we was literally trained like, yeah, you don't want to go get a degree from Prairie View. You don't want to go get a degree from Texas Southern. That shit ain't gonna mean nothing when you get in this corporate world. You want to go get you one from a PWI, so that way when you go in the interview, they gonna look at you with more respect, right? So that's the type of programming that we get. So now when we go out in the world, we literally looking down on each other in these institutions. Like, oh, you went there? Oh, so you feeling the sense of like chest sticking out based on programming. So again, how we view ourselves is important. A lot of us don't know, that we were once kings, that we were once leaders, that even today, as far as influence, we the most influential culture in existence. Clearly, rap is the number one music genre in the world, and it's 30 years old. So despite the head start that everybody else got, we that skilled enough and we persevered that much to still be able to be just a dominant fact out here. But we just got to learn how to channel that into ways that are going to push us forward as a culture. And once we do, it's going to be over with. But I think, the main hurdle with that is what Mistaken said, like how we view ourselves. And that got to change.
And Trill, I mean, you're so right, but it goes back to the very foundation of parenting. As parenting, what are we pouring into our kids? From 2 years old and 3 years old, we have to teach our kids to be kings and queens that they are. If you instill that in the household, when kids get out, they don't have the mentality that they are inferior. They don't have it. We've all seen those kids who walk out the house and they think they are the best thing since sliced bread. And I probably dated myself because that's probably so old of a saying. But when you pour into kids and you make them feel like they are it and they're the stuff, they walk out the house and they don't know anything else. They feel that they are confident. They have the skill set. They have the competency. All of those factors. We as a people have to do better. If we do better and we raise our kids to do better, it will become generational. We have to instill those skill sets and the characteristics and the qualities and core values. And if we don't do it, who else will? We used to have a system where it takes a village to raise a family. Nowadays, Black people don't want anybody speaking to your children. Let the neighbor say something to your child, and it's a problem, right? We have to hold each other accountable. Where's the accountability?
And you know what I think, to speak on what you just said too, we have to be accountable for the situations that we find ourselves in. Yes, it's because I feel like we maybe sometimes use poverty as an excuse, but how, like, what's the solution to that? Like, because you were born in poverty, are you going to stay there? So you can still give your children that mindset of you are a king, you are a queen. Like, your environment doesn't define who you are. So just because, you know, you might live below the poverty line and somebody else is considered middle class, that message can still be the same to those children, to where that they can make it up out of that.
You know what the thing is about it too, Tam, is that we can not only give them the lip service, we got to be walking examples of what that success look like. Because one
Fact.
thing about like growing up in our neighborhood, like you can have like a older man telling you what to do, and you know, hey, yeah, you telling you the right things to do. Pardon me, you know, yeah, bro, you need to do this, you need to stay in school, man, you need to da da da. Da. But if if we don't deem him as successful, it's going in one end out the other. And that's the same thing with your parents, if we're gonna keep it real. And going back to what Tam was saying, you know, it starts in the household, it do. But a lot of our parents are not walking examples of who we want to be. So we're not gonna take that advice, you know, the same way we would when we hear from that drug dealer that's in our neighborhood that's driving that Benz, or that's living in that high price condo, or you know, or if you know we got like a, let's say, a super successful uncle in the family, auntie in the family, you're gonna take that advice a little different compared to, you know. And again, it's just like anything else. People say it all the time, like I'm not gonna take money tips from somebody that ain't got no money,
Yeah.
regardless of who it is. You know what I'm saying? So we as parents, and that's why I'm so glad, you know, that our generation is as educated as we are, and you know, climbing up way further than past generations was. No disrespect to them, because again, you can't teach what you ain't got, and circumstances do play a role in terms of where you are. But I think the most important thing that we can do as a parent is be a walking example of what we want our kids to turn into from a success perspective. Because then we're gonna be able to talk to them. We're gonna have a direct line to them instead of going in one end out the other, and then them going out in the streets and listening to advice from a motherfucker that they deem as successful, they think is successful, but who really not, who gonna fall off or be in jail in 5 years, and you know he done led you down the wrong path. So yeah.
And we got to stop saying too that just because, you know, our parents they didn't teach them certain things, that is now their excuse for why they couldn't teach us certain things. At some point somebody got to break the cycle. So just because there were plenty of things that my parents didn't teach me, but guess what, I started surrounding myself with certain individuals that I looked up to. I started being mindful of, you know, the things that the things that I listened to, the things that I watched. And I figured out that just because it wasn't taught to me at home, at some point, something clicked in for me. And I had to figure that out on my own. Example, credit. The majority of us, our parents didn't teach us about credit. And the excuse is always, well, my parents didn't teach me about it. But at what point did you realize how valuable and how important good credit is? So you knew when you applied for something and you got turned down because your credit wasn't good. That should have been the first mindset of, you know what? Let me fix this. This is a problem because I really can't do much if I don't have good credit. But instead, you continue to let the cycle continue of not educating yourself about credit. And then now you haven't passed down anything to your children. So now they have made the mistake of not knowing about credit. And then they have gotten themselves into debt. So at some point, it's like the cycle has to stop. It has to end. And somebody has to figure out, like, I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better so I can teach my kids moving forward. So we can't always use the excuse, because I know for parents around our age, that's typically the excuse. Well, my parents didn't teach me that. Well, there's other parents out there who parents didn't teach them, but they figured it out and they learned and they taught something to their children. So we got to stop using that as an excuse.
If you were to say, I'm sorry, Tan, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we also have a mentality that we want to lift each other up, right? So, yes, that's great in the household starting when you're young and parenting, and you're right, Trill, they have to be able to see examples in order to implement and mimic those same examples. But we have to be able and willing to help each other out, right? Maybe you didn't learn, but when you have peers and colleagues in the workplace, don't pull another black brother down. Don't pull another black sister down. When you see someone else who comes up, reach out, reach one, teach one. Be someone who's willing to mentor. It takes that. We're not, yes, we may be competing against one another, just like we're competing against everybody else, but iron sharpens iron. When you're competing against someone, the more you educate and help somebody else out, the more they're going to help you out. We've got to learn to stop feeling so inferior with each other and help each other out. The more, the most I learned, even in corporate America, is from another colleague, another black female who was successful. We would talk about any and everything. It was not taboo for us to talk about salary. It was not taboo for us to talk about investments. We weren't competing against each other. We were helping each other, talking about how can you do this? What business can you start? Shantae will tell you. I've probably invested in I don't know how many different businesses. We have to be risk takers. Without risk, there is no reward. But we've got to be able to help one another and stop feeling like we're competing. And what is it? Clawing like crabs in a bucket, clawing each other down. We've got to be able to help.
And so, this is the absence of fathers in some regard. You know, uh, fathers need to be influential in most situations if they are doing what they're supposed to do. As it relates to not just teaching them about finances, but teaching them structure, right? So if people have that structure, if kids have a structure, they can figure a lot of things out, right? If there's some type of template to follow. And the other thing that y'all was talking about, I think it may have been Trill and Tam, about parenting. You should definitely be more influential to your kids than culture. If culture is able to determine how your kid turns out, then that means that you didn't do your job, right? So you need to have the most impact on your kid's life, right? And one of those ways is to be the example that you want them to become. Like Trill was saying, one of the reasons why I went to get my doctorate degree was because I wanted to teach at the college level. But two, when I thought about quitting, I thought about my kids. I thought about, if I quit, then how can I tell my kids they need to keep pushing, right? So when they got to see me put on my regalia shit, they was like, "Oh, that's cool, Dad." So they had the opportunity to see firsthand what Dad did, right? And then number two, if a person is able to say that's not what was taught to me, then they know that there's a problem, right? If I say, well, my parent didn't teach me that, well, that means that you wasn't taught, and that means that you can go get it and learn it. And so you just made an excuse for yourself when you could just turn that problem, as Ms. Taken said, and go find the solution.
I remember here, I think it was Les Brown, I think that's his name, that had made the comment that said, a lot of times what happens is we set set the standard so low, and then the something along the lines of setting the standard so low, and then when the kids aim for that and hit it, then we kind of blame them, but it's on us by not setting higher expectations for our kids, or even ourselves, for that matter. And then what begins to happen is because we have such low standards, we keep aiming for that same thing instead of somebody taking the time to say, you know what, let me just move this up a little higher. I remember being in a classroom. My background is in special education. And I remember being in a classroom, and I mean, those students' experiences in school was all, negative, majority negative. When what I started doing was actually giving them tests that the honors kids were taking, and I wouldn't tell them about it. I wouldn't even let them know that that's what it was, and I would curve it, but I wouldn't even tell them. And some of the students would take it and actually pass. And then, oh, this is so hard. And then at the end, I would tell them, do you realize that you just took an honors test and you passed this test? So it's not a matter of you not being smart enough to do something. It's about the fact that you think you're not smart enough to do it. And so once we walk through that whole process, just the willingness to at least attempt to try changed, because they had a positive experience of seeing, wow, I didn't even know that this was honors. And, they looked at that a different way. So now at that point, I would say, now you have no excuse. So now my standards for my class is going to be X, Y, and Z. And I would say a lot of times they did rise to the occasion. And then, unfortunately, sometimes you're not going to win them all, but they would never be able to say that in this class that they didn't have somebody that cared about them. They didn't have somebody that didn't teach them something beyond just what they needed to know for a test. It was plenty of life learned lessons, just things like that, because those things are important. Having representation is important. So I definitely think it has to start with the mindset.
I agree. I agree. I would say even just really short. When I was in college, I remember I did a paper on, it was called the Black-White Wage Wealth Gap. And essentially the numbers are obviously very lopsided, because obviously in the Black families, they broke it down from single parent homes to, double parent homes. And even with the double parent homes, we didn't even make enough as compared to a single family home and within a white community. We were making like probably $30,000, $40,000, much like less. And so when you combine that, I mean, obviously we're not where we need to be, but it's like, when you think about it, we have people in our families that, we all have somebody in our family who did really well. They're a doctor, an engineer, lawyer, whatever the case may be. And we look to that and we're like super happy for that. And we should be. Like, that's a celebratory thing, right? But when you look at other households and other cultures, that is common. It's the baseline. Like that is the simplest thing you could do. You could actually do more than become a doctor or a lawyer. You could become, specified in like neurosurgery or whatever the case may be. But we don't have examples like that in our families, because when we typically, like you said, the bar is kind of low. Like, granted, being a doctor is a pretty big thing, but if we could do it more, like more educators, more male doctors, more whatever the case may be within the family, I think it would actually help us to see out of the deficit mindset that we have. But currently, we're just, we're there. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Don't say more male doctors, because I got chewed off for a whole 2 hours because I try to promote men being doctors.
The truth is still the truth.
That's that deficit. That's that deficit. That's that mentality.
But I would even say,
impossible. Really?
I would say when we were talking about like generational like mindset, my parents didn't do it or whatever. But I know one thing that I grew up with, and what we pass on to our kids has definitely been a mindset of, my expectation is for you to do better than me. Right. So my dad growing up, he didn't have a good education at all. But because of that experience, he knew how important education was and how his lack of a good education affected and impacted him as an adult. That he, in his mind, it was, I don't want this for my children. Right. And so the focus ended up becoming, that's why we were pulled out of our local, public high school and was put in a gifted and talented, high school. I mean, not high school, but, program. And from that, I mean, I think that was the best thing that he could have did, because we had a great foundation in education by being a part of that. Even though we were in the hood, our home life wasn't of the hood. So we was in the hood, but we wasn't of the hood. So we were able to get a balance of being able to see what, life could be like. But at the same time, those aspirations of my parents saying they don't want this for their children, they want it better. So they made, changes for that. And then for our kids, it's the same thing. Like, no, like look up to us, look at the things that we are doing, but then take what you've learned from us and then do even better. And that's the mindset that I think as Black people in general we lack when it comes to our family and coming to other Black people. Like, we don't want to ask for help, or if we make it out the hood, we don't want to go back. We take all of our resources, all of our knowledge, everything with us, instead of coming back to teach the next one, so we can help them get out, help them aspire to be better. We get it, and then we leave. And I think that's unfortunate as well.
I mean, it's dangerous though when you do try to go back, because we done had plenty of examples of people who tried to go back and at least be the example, if not directly help people out of it, and the neighborhood end up dragging them down. I can list a bunch of rappers just right off the top of my head, or even NFL dudes that I done seen come back to our hood and get robbed, all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just because he got it now and we don't, it's have not, it's haves and it's have not. So I think, even if you don't come back and like directly touch the hood, I think, and people get on me about this a lot, but in terms of like rappers who like be on Instagram showing their jewelry off and showing their money off and different things like that, like they catch a lot of flack for that. But I always value that type of thing, because when I was coming up in that, I'm from Port Arthur. That's where Pimp C is from. I'm not sure if y'all familiar with UGK and Pimp C and Bun B, and you know what I'm saying. So, but Pimp used to be through the hood. He used to be driving down Knife. He used to go to the barber shop, hop out, red Dickie suit, jewelry all on, and watches all type of shit, and he'll sit there and chop it up with us, give out money, all type of shit. You know what I'm saying. But that right there was everything to me, because it's like, he's from here and he driving a Bentley and got $200,000-$300,000 worth of jewelry on. So that's the example, that a lot of times, those rappers or those successful people will try to set, and oftentimes it'll go bad. For Pimp, it didn't. But again, I can name multiple people. Nipsey Hussle was another rapper that I love to death, in terms of the message that he was getting across, and in terms of how he was trying to literally uplift us. And he died right in the same spot to where he was trying to uplift us. He could have easily got that money and left the hood, and I ain't never, man, I'm out. But he tried to come back and literally build his hood up from the poverty to something of prestige, and he did a hell of a job for that. Because right there on that corner of the that's one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in LA. But he turned that into a tourist site. They had people coming from Ohio and Nebraska and Wyoming come there just to get a picture. And then look what they did to him. You know what I'm saying? His own neighborhood, his own gang, that damn the neighborhood, his own gang did it to him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's the risk you run. So a lot of times it's a slippery slope with that, man. You got to have people that are willing to actually like take the intel and willing to use the intel, because a lot of times, and take the help, pardon me, because a lot of times, and this what's not spoken about enough, even we could break it down from just a regular people level, right? One of us, let's say we are from the same neighborhood, one of us go get a good job at Apple, something like that. Now we know a couple people in this group is talented enough to be there or smart enough to be there. They just may not have in the right circumstances, whatever the case may be. A lot of times, let's say I go there and I get hired on. A lot of times I'll try to come bring one of y'all with me. I'll put my job on the line, put my name on the line. Yeah, hey man, hey Tam, smart as hell, bro. Bring her in, bro. She can work. She can do this. She can do that. She can do this. She can do that. Tam, we set an interview. I say, hey Tam, hey look, they looking like they with it, man. Interview tomorrow, 10:00. Just pull up. All you gotta do is pull up. I already put a word for you. Just don't fumble the ball. But a lot of times, Tam will show up late to said interview, or Tam won't show up to said interview, or Tam will show up to the interview and do great, get the job, and don't show up to work, or show up late to work. So now not only is she making herself look bad, she making me look bad. Now, so when it comes time for me to get my elevations and my promotions, they gonna think about all the resources that they put into Tam based on my word, and that's gonna hinder me from elevating. So, again, you got to have people who want to be helped. And there's some talented people in the hood, and I don't just want to speak on the hood, but just in impoverished environments, there's some talented people, some smart people, but they don't have a work ethic. And if you try to go too far, overextend too much to help them, you'll drag yourself down with them. that's a sad reality. But that's just real shit. I done seen it happen a lot. So yeah, I mean, we as a people, just as a whole, gotta do better, man. But in terms of, and again, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about helping people, because I feel like we, us at Crew Season, we do that weekly, daily. You know what I'm saying? But
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. It doesn't
yeah,
necessarily mean you have to physically
right,
be back.
right.
You know what I'm saying? But there are avenues and other ways that you can give
Mhm.
back to, uplift, not just uplift, but teach, and part of it is being an example. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to physically go back somewhere. It can just be the way that you carry yourself. You don't know who's watching you. You don't know who's looking at you, but carrying yourself as an upright young man or upright young woman, can make the difference too.
I was just curious. Like y'all said that we set the bar low, right? That's what y'all said in families or whatnot. I think when we compare ourselves to white people, we set the bar low because they are not the highest earners. It's Asians, and so we talk about us with white people all the time. I saw it a lot in the research. It was more stuff about blacks versus whites, when in actuality it's Asians that really run a lot of what it is that we see. I mean, they took over a whole genre of ours, which is in the cosmetology area, right? So $1 billion country. $1 billion companies, right? Like there's very few black beauty salons, or maybe not beauty salons, but like supply houses and things of that nature, right? So it's important for us to realize that there's not just a certain, it's not just white people that we should be comparing ourselves to if we're going to compare ourselves, right? Why not compare yourself or ourselves to the people that are doing it the greatest if we have to compare ourselves, right? And in my estimation, I don't want to compare myself to nobody, right? I want to have my own set of goals, and I want to reach those goals, which determines my success. That's really what we should be kind of teach. Like, what is it that you want to accomplish? And then let's see how you can accomplish those things. We talked about on King Talk about having SMART goals. Like, kids don't understand goals. Adults don't understand goals. Like, I remember talking to people about having a budget for their money. And they was like, I don't have no budget because then that kind of confines me. I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, a budget is simply saying you know where your money going. That's what that is, right? And you're saying where your money's going. So I'm just saying that we should aim higher than, if we got to compare, don't compare yourself to white people. Compare yourself to the people that are doing the best, with your Asians. But I would say don't compare yourself to nobody. Set your own goals and figure out how to get to those goals. If you don't know how, ask somebody.
But when we were talking about deficit mindset, I think sometimes it is important to have something to compare to, because if you're in an environment where everybody is at the bottom level, so to speak, then when you're setting goals, your goal may be, I just want to make sure I'm in a 2 bedroom instead of a 1 bedroom, as opposed to I'm getting out of the hood and into a home. So sometimes you do need those examples, that is outside of where you even think that you can aspire, because then that at least will put something in your mindset that this is something that I could potentially obtain, as opposed to just saying, let me come up with my own. Because in my own, if I'm living in a environment that's deficit, then my mindset may also kind of be, at a low level of aspiration. So it might be higher than where I'm at, but not nearly as where I can become. So sometimes you do need those other, not necessarily groups, but other examples, or of exposure, to then say, now my goal is not just to get a 2 bedroom. I'm about to get me a house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree that you should have some type of example to aim for. That's why I said you want to set your own goals. So, like, there's some people that don't want to own a house, right? They want to have an apartment and own houses, right? It's like that's still building financial wealth. they're having other people pay for them to live in a nice apartment, a condo. So like, and then there are people that because I'm in real estate, people that buy houses don't understand what they need in order to own a house, in the sense of like once they get it, there is a such thing as upkeep, right? So people don't even think about what would I need to have in order to upkeep this. So I do believe that you need to have examples, but what is your goal though, right? So if you know your goal, then you can go find that example. You don't want to just say, okay, well, I want to be like X, Y, and Z, but that's not your aspiration. You need to say, okay, well, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor. Okay, I want to be a millionaire. Who are the millionaires that I can go see? Who are the millionaires that are willing to converse with me and tell me how they did it? Who can I pay to be my mentor? So I agree with you, but you need to start, well, in my estimation, you need to start with what it is that you want to accomplish, then go find out who did it and how did they do it.
So I have a question. Do you think that we settle for mediocrity? For example, and the reason why I asked that question is because I hear a lot of times on this space that it's like, oh, but the average Black man only makes $40,000. So that's the average, and I'm thinking to myself, really? Like, you're doing it because the average man does it. You don't want better for yourself and your kids, So do you think that we just settle for average or, because I always compare myself to other people. I don't look at my race. If another woman is doing something, I'm going to compare myself to. It's just not a race thing. Does that make sense? Does my question, do I need clarity?
Yeah, no, you're good. I think that we definitely. Well, the thing is, it's hard to settle because in order to settle, you have to believe you can do better. A lot of us don't really believe we can. Like we see it around other people, whatever. But again, going back to that deficit mentality, we'll make excuses. So I don't necessarily believe it's settling per se. That's like settling would be like, say, for instance, that I know I'm capable of getting this certain caliber of woman, but I know that it's going to require a lot of work that I just don't feel like doing to maintain this elite caliber woman. So I'm gonna go get me a woman that's low maintenance. I'm gonna go get me a doormat, something
Trill,
that I can
just to
walk all
interrupt
over.
real quick. Hey, just to interrupt real quick, Trill. Okay. Say that part about women again, because I'm a little confused. You said women what? That are what?
Elite?
No, not that word. You said maintenance? Low maintenance? Is that what you said?
Oh yeah. Low
Okay,
maintenance.
so you saying some women that are low maintenance, Trill?
Sure.
Okay.
What is
Sure.
it?
But I think we will first have to determine what somebody.
My bad. I didn't interrupt, but I couldn't get past it to hear what else you had to say.
I'm low maintenance.
That's my fault, Trill. I apologize.
You are good. But in terms of low maintenance, you know what? While we here, let's expound upon that. Right? Low maintenance meaning the amount of effort that you require from me. Let's be honest here. If we out there in this dating world and you got any type of experience, you know that there's certain women that you can get the ass by just inviting her over to your crib to watch Netflix. So you pulling up to her crib. After on the second time y'all talking, you can just get the ass right there, right? And then there's other women who's like, that's not happening. We're going to go on a real date. We're going to go through this process the right way. I'm not a just pull up at 3 a.m. type of chick. So what I mean by low maintenance is the effort required for you to get what the goal is. Oh man, the goal is sex. Let's be honest here. Everything else is luxury on the back end. That's just real. But in terms of getting that, again, there are women that are low maintenance and there are women that are elite. And I say it all the time. Men approach those women differently, because we can definitely tell what's going to be more work and what's going to be okay. I could just hit her anytime, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. She may be asleep. She going to get up. Yeah, I'm up. Come on over. And it's just, you over there, you do your thing, and then you put your clothes on and go home. It ain't even damn near a hug goodbye. It ain't none of that. It's, I appreciate you. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? It's that. But again, there's a elite caliber woman that's going to require you to go through things in the proper way, to take the proper steps. Prove to me that you're gonna be consistent. Prove to me that you are a man worth me even spending my time with. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that would be that. But I forgot the context that I was using it in because I got sidetracked by humble dad. But it's all good.
We definitely settle for mediocrity, but let's be fair and look at the other side of the coin. Sometimes we're not given a fair chance. Just in general. For example, I think Humble Dad brought up Asians. Well, How many Asians? What do Asians pay for their lease space for their nail salons? What do they pay? What does a Black owner pay? What is the interest rate for a Black entrepreneur versus an Asian entrepreneur? Asian entrepreneurs may get what tax free. What does the Black entrepreneur pay? You know, sometimes we're not given a fair chance. Sometimes we need to be in a position to own things, have Black owned banks so that we can give other Black people fair opportunities and level the playing field. We've got to put ourselves in position to help one another out. But sometimes we get in positions or we don't support one another. So do we settle for mediocrity? Sometimes, depending on the situation. But we also aren't always given a fair chance also. So we have to look at both sides of the equation.
I would say yes, we are interested in more of mediocrity than anything else, and I think that's mainly because similar to what Trill was saying, you know, heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's a heavy responsibility, a heavy due diligence to actually lead your own life and not make other people responsible for your life. A lot of people don't want to walk that path because the responsibility of freedom, of your own personal liberation, that's a very, very tiring journey because you don't get to rely on other people. You don't get to blame other people. It's all on you, and you have to figure that out. And a lot of people aren't ready for that type of lifestyle. Like we say as a community, oh yeah, we want to be free and this, that, and the fourth, and yada, yada, yada. But when it comes time to actually take care of business and do what we have to do, are we really prepared for that? And I don't think we are. You know, when it comes to leadership, like being a leader means that you may walk a journey all by yourself. You may live a very lonely life. And a lot of people don't want to do that. We have people who are afraid of being judged by others. So they won't step into that leadership position because they don't want to be ridiculed. We have people who are I call us reluctant messiahs. Like we know we could do it, but we're just so like, make somebody else do it. This is why we have in conversations, oh yeah, well, they should be leaders. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. No one's ever pointing the finger back at themselves and saying, what can I do? It's more or less, well, what are you doing? You know, it's never really just you thinking for yourself on what you should be doing to help better yourself as well as your community, excuse me. It's more of, we're just afraid to do it because once you start, you can't stop. Once you have a whole team of people that's looking to you to make sure you're going to take care of business, you can't just not do it because it's too tiring or it's too hard today. You got to keep going. And a lot of us don't have a fortitude to put in the effort, which is why we point at other people to do it for us. Because once you step into that space and you're responsible, you have to be responsible. And a lot of people don't want to be responsible. A lot of people don't want to be blamed for something. They want to be as hands-off as possible, but they still want to reap whatever benefits comes from if you were actually in that position, right? And so the reason why a lot of us are cool with just being mediocre is because it doesn't require us to actually work hard. We just get to sit there and be blameless. We get to be a victim if we want to be, and then that becomes that. And for some people, that's okay. But for the collective, we got to get out of that space.
Man, I just that point right there hit me different because I'm reading the autobiography of Frederick Douglass. You know, he's talking about slavery and different things like that. And you know, once the slaves got freed, right? Just like Lauren just said, everybody want freedom. We ask for freedom. If I had freedom, I'd do this, I'd do this, I'd do that. Fact is, slaves got freed, stayed right there on the plantation, didn't go nowhere. Now, part of it was, you know, again, just like Tan was saying, you know, the opportunities were, you know, in terms, they wasn't the most pleasant. They wasn't the most fair in terms of us going out and establishing what it is that we wanted to establish. But same time, I think it was, you know, mental as well. You know, there's just like that example where, you know, they have the fence with, you know, 1,000 sheep in it. And these sheep have been in this fence for 5 years. And they grew up in this fence. They're doing everything in this confined space. And then one day the farmer came out and cut off the whole fence, every part of the fence except the front door. And the sheep stayed within that same confined space. Why? Because it's safe, because it's comfortable. Yeah. And because my outcome, I could throw it on somebody else. Prison, same way. That's why so many people go back to prison. You have dudes that be in prison 10 years, 12 years. Man, when I get free, bro, I'm gonna do this. Because you talking to them, I got uncles and aunties and cousins and say, yeah, but when I get out, man, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. But then it comes time for that release date, and they get a bit nervous all of a sudden, or they'll come out and realize, damn, like it's a lot of responsibility being free. This kid that I was writing letters to and shit. Oh wait, now I'm in charge of taking care of him daily, and I got to go out there and get a job. That's not illegal. Maybe out of my comfort zone and shit, because it's like Lauren said, there's people depending on me now, right? So now I'm being forced to be accountable, and that's scary. Leadership is scary. That's why you have some people, even in corporate world, that know more about the job than everybody on the floor, but don't even apply for the leadership spot. And you'll be like, damn, you don't want to apply? Yeah, I'm apply for it one day. Apply for it one day. But again, applying for that is uncomfortable, because now you have new responsibilities now. You can't hide in that corner no more and just come in your cubicle, do your job, and go home at exceptional pay and good. No. Now you got to answer for people under you not doing their job, and you have to have uncomfortable conversations and, deal with different confrontations and shit like that. Like, leadership itself is uncomfortable. So just like Lauren said, people will ask for freedom all day long, but you give it to them, and you'll see a chaotic result more times than not. Because the fact is, most people just aren't built to lead. Sad as that is.
But then you're doing this service to yourself because you're not living up to your full potential. So we got to get out of that mentality.
True. And then the other thing too, with the freedom and what you were talking about in terms of slavery as well, you're right in terms of, they stayed at, the masters. But the other part of that is recognizing that freedom, just because if you have freedom but you don't have resources, is difficult too, because that was the whole purpose of after the Civil War, in which they had initially promised the 40 acres a mule, because that would have been an opportunity to have true, freedom and autonomy, because you have access to land, to get money, to make, to get food and things like that. And so that didn't happen. So in a sense, you were still forced to continue to do what you were doing in order to have access to basic needs. Now, coming from that situation, when now in more modern times, I think kind of like that mindset is still the same thing. We have the freedom there, but many people are lacking the resources to know how to operate within that freedom. And so I think in order for us to do better, it's about providing that access in order to get yourself out of, whatever conditions, whatever environment that you're in. But as we know, there's a benefit to keeping certain people where they're at,
But see, Miss Taken, my only pushback to that would be, and you're right, especially in our community, resources are not there. But you know what is there? Skill set. And if you have skill set, you can create resources, right? We know that just from looking around. But even going back to them slavery days that we was talking about, Joe Bob been on that plantation doing carpentry for 30 years. He has a skill set. So we can get out here and, again, now that I'm free, I can go about and start my own carpentry, especially back then compared to now. You don't have to go through the legal documents and situation. We can literally go cross town on a plot of land, small ass house. Hey, you need carpentry done? Come on through. I take care of you. But again, it goes back to that, safe. It's safe for me to work for somebody else. It's safe when the buck doesn't stop with me. That's just like why so many people in our era, especially before the pandemic. Pandemic taught us a lot about ourselves, but was scared to be entrepreneurs, scared to leave that job that they've been at 10 years and didn't feel valued and wasn't getting promoted like they should be and all of that. But throughout them with that whole 10 years, you know what they developed? Skill set. But you was doing accounting. I know how to do accounting now. Whether it's, whatever it was, teaching, I know how to teach now. Babysitting, daycares, I know how to do that now. So the pandemic kind of forced people out of their comfort zone. You know what? You don't want to leave this job. Now you have to. Now go figure it out. And what happened? We've seen the most upstarted businesses that we've ever seen in our history. People that start businesses where they online, doing all kind of stuff, whether it's daycare, whether it's, teaching, courses, different things. We got a lot of people in this space that got courses and shit that I don't really feel like it's qualified to teach them, but they have courses in which they are making money. So my only point and my only pushback to that would be, if you have a skill set, you can get to resources. It's just about having that work ethic and about having that drive to go do it, and more importantly, not being scared to step out there and lead, not being scared to step out there and say, hey, this shit is going to rise or fall on my shoulders. So I think that's what we got to get out of the way of more so than not. But Black folks are the most skilled people. I mean, come on, man. Like, just in terms of culture, in terms of everything that we attempt to do, we do it the best. But it's just, we got to get out of our own mental space and understand that we are skilled and we are talented, and go out there and start that side business. You may not start out making 6 figures, but again, keep at it. You look up 5 years from now, you done built a $300,000 a year business, and now you don't got to work for nobody else no more. But you never thought you could do it until you was forced to. So, that's why people can say what they want about that pandemic. But that pandemic taught us a lot about us. And we need to, and if we don't take nothing else from that, we need to take the fact that we don't need them. We don't. That's just that.
So what? Okay, so let me anybody last.
I just gonna put a little history lesson together. Now, after slavery happened, a lot of the slaves did not stay on the plantation. They actually began to use the skill sets that they had, and they built businesses. And so what the government did was create the Freedmen Bank, right? Because there was money that was needing to, Black people, they needed to put their money somewhere. And so as a result, they was building this wealth. And they was working for themselves. I mean, there was a barber who had like multiple barbershops of Black people working in them, and the governors was coming in, and senators was coming in, white dudes coming in to get their hair and stuff cut. So that was that case after slavery. And so not only that, what ended up happening was that's why they created the Jim Crow laws, because Black people were doing so well right after slavery. Right. And there was 11 senators. I looked at it. I think that's correct. It was 11 Black senators after slavery. So there was a mindset to say, like, we're free, so we got to go do something with this. But what ended up happening, the government turned over and said, nah, they doing too much, and we're losing money as slave owners. That's right. And so that was why then you transitioned to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and several other. Yeah, stop that, Shantae. You don't like what I'm saying? Okay. All right. So that's where you had the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation, where Black people, it was a whole community, right? The Black Wall Street. And as a result of them taking, it's once again, white people being upset about the fact that Black people are doing well, and they burn it down, right? So it's not that they did not have resources or didn't want to do it. They actually did it. But at the same time, the government was against them, right? Now we have some of that situation now, but not as much, because we have more money now. It's just the mentality that is going on with the money that we have. It's not investing. Like Wednesday, I went to a networking event where Black developers were here in Dallas, right? Over on Southside Lamar, right? And it was like 60 Black developers in the room at least, right? There was women and men that worked at banks. And what they did in this room was the lady that was over it, shout out to Maggie, I can't think of her last name, maybe Maggie Parker, something like that. What she did was she got banks to give money to her so that she could have an opportunity to allow the developers to come to her and get those resources to build. Right. So that's one person making a major difference and seeing a gap that needed to be taken care of. And I think that's what's not happening enough. Right. So that was just a quick history lesson.
Anybody else want to add on to that? I'm going to go to super chats in a second. Anybody else? All right. Super chats. Who's going to read them?
Get the likes up, guys. Please and thank you.
Okay.
Robin M199, Black men need to do better, period. Stop making excuses. The Thinking Man's podcast. Mansa Musa, thank you for that, Thinking Man. Much appreciated. Robin M. Black men are always trying to compare themselves to Black women. Big Shot Ammo, as a developer, it's so hard to get funding. Even with my CFO being the VP of Community Development for a top regional bank, it's still an uphill battle.
Can I address that real quick? What they probably need to do is check their own network of friends and people and begin to call and talk to them and see if they have money that they're willing to put into give them money to develop. So there are people around you that do have money, whether it's in their bank or whether it's tapping into their savings accounts, or not savings accounts, but their 401ks and things of that nature. So ask your friends.
Dr. Hound, so you chasing her? Big Shot Ammo. But here's the thing. Just because it's hard doesn't mean to stop. My subcontractors are 60% Black. I use a Black engineering firm and started a property management company. It takes us to want better. Absolutely. Big Shot Ammo once again. Thank you. Everyone loves BWS, but no one knows OW Girly. What is BWS? No, nobody?
Black Wall Street.
Okay.
What's OW though?
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of that one. Gotta do my research, man. You got me there.
Y'all don't know it. You right.
Big Shot Ammo. I love tuning into the CC on Fridays. Get the likes up. Absolutely. Thank you. Uncle Luke, 1980s. This is much more productive conversation. Hit the like button, chat. Hit the like button, chat, because the panel's giving y'all some sauce tonight. Absolutely. Little me. Don't let Kayla see this, but Tam got me choosing. Okay, Tam. Dr. Hound, I got a question. How much the maintenance beauty bill for females every month, like lashes, hair, nails, makeup? You get it how much it costs every month, ladies. Speak up.
That's what Humble Dad was talking about when he was talking about
right. It's not low maintenance.
Humble Dad said, "Now wait a minute, low maintenance females, you know."
Hey, y'all need to check out A.G. Gaston. Have y'all heard of A.G. Gaston? He was the guy that bailed out Martin Luther King when he got put in prison. He owned probably five or six different businesses during the Jim Crow era. He owned a lot of funeral homes in Mississippi.
And look up Mansa Musa, Thinking Man podcast was talking about, and it's going to be some.
He was the richest, like in comparison to anybody in the world. Yeah.
Richest man to ever live in any generation. And he was a Black man.
Yep.
Okay, you guys. Sorry, I'm trying to click these super chats. All right, so my next question is, y'all gonna hate me for this question because I'm tired of people coming down my throat, but
watch how you said that.
That's what you did in mine. I said coming down my throat.
That didn't sound too good.
The over sexualized people.
I'm just saying.
It's Friday.
It's that Friday energy.
Must be. I'm a virgin, so I don't think like that.
Girl, bye.
Okay, so born again. Listen, so the next question is, why do you think Black African American people fight so hard against education?
We definitely need some more context. What do you mean by fight against education? I don't think I
My
ever heard
girls on
that.
this panel know what I'm talking about. Like,
are you referencing the men?
That we're talking about our group of people. We're gonna
a small percentage of men in the chat. Though.
We're talking about manosphere.
Oh, you mean fight against women being educated?
No.
Period. Women being
themselves too.
Men, right? Like Trill, you were not there that day. They literally came for me.
Listen, if I had, I'd do the same thing, Trill. Like, I don't know what they.
I'm thoroughly confused, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Excuse? Well, I would say excuse because I like to make sure that I'm using the difference between excuse and reason. So in this situation, it was excuse. The excuse was, why is it that the push to get education, or to get a degree, when a lot of the people who get the degree don't even get a job in the degree that they have, and now they have all of this debt. I'm not going to build up all of this debt, that kind of stuff. That was the reason. But then the example was, but you guys will spend the same amount that you would spend on a degree on a car that's going to depreciate, whereas if you get educated, it can only increase in value, so to speak. So it was it was a pushback on the education aspect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. This is not a knock, because I saw somebody say to blue collar. Absolutely not. If that is your talent and you love what you do, this is not a knock. It's just saying, why are we? I wouldn't knock blue collar. I wouldn't knock education. I'm talking about, why do we bring it down? Like, why do we emphasize? Like, anytime somebody says education, it's like you're coming for somebody's head. It's like, calm
And
down.
even in the school, I see sometimes, actually, Humble Dad was saying this earlier about how sometimes when you're bright, you're smart, you kind of dumb yourself down because you don't want to be, viewed a certain way, when you're, in high school or whatever. Oh, you're trying to act white, like those kind of things. And I see it, so you have sometimes bright young men and women that are not, that are being bright in secret,
So let
and
me 2 seconds, because this is the comment I'm talking about. It's not a knock against people in trades. We're not. They're thinking that because we're talking about one, we're knocking the other. That's not what I'm doing. Because I praise people in trades too. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But anytime I talk about education, it's like a battle. It's not a battle. I'm just saying, why are you knocking one? Does this make sense?
So maybe he's saying, like, when I was in the school system, the thing that we always talked about was having kids go to college, right? That's the main conversation. You have college day. You may have career day, but you typically bring somebody in that has a degree, not necessarily the certificate to do like welding. Like, welding is a big deal, right? Or carpentry or electrician, you know, a roofer. I mean, so many different things that go beyond education, that it's not talked about. I remember when I was in school, I had what was it, wood shop. Like, they don't even exist in middle school no more. You know what I'm saying? They may exist in high
Does
school,
it.
huh?
Girl Scouts does it.
See that? Well, that's dope. But as it relates to pushing education, I think that if I'm understanding the person correctly, we do push education as it relates to higher learning, but we should be pushing education in, like, kind of have a plethora of things that you're able to go to, right? Like, there are so many different ways. I think Trill may have said it, to make money. Like, you don't have to go to college, and most oftentimes we see that if we go to college, we're going and we're borrowing money, and that money is going to be a debt, right? And then the job that we get don't typically pay the debt back, right? So I used to tell my students in my class, I say, listen, most of y'all are not gonna go to college. Most of y'all don't even need to go, right? I said, now, if you're going to go, you need to go with the purpose of going for a particular job. That's what you need to be doing. Like an accountant, yes. Doctor, lawyer, there are just some things that you need to go. I said, but what about a controller? You know what I'm saying? What about the people that bring in the planes? What about a real estate agent? What about a real estate investor? What about a plumber? Like, it's so many different ways to get to that money, or being your own own your own business or whatnot, right? So yes, I would say that we preach more education in the Black community for sure than a trade.
but see, for me, my thing is, this is just me personally. I don't know if anybody agree or not, but for me, I think there's a difference between formal education and being educated, because I have met plenty of people that are educated but never been to college. But I think it's the mindset around education that is the problem with us as a community. Like, you're right, you don't have to go to said formal college or 4-year college or university to learn. You have all of those things at your fingertips. And I've seen, like, kids who especially autistic kids, when they get, like, mind is focused on something, they learn everything about it. There is nothing like you can ask them a question and they'll be like, oh, and then the 1940s it started. Like they know everything about it. So I think education is more so a mindset that you have to have, because you can learn from anything, you can learn from anyone. In terms of a career, a lot of the stuff that they're teaching in college, you can get right off of the internet. And I just think it's the mindset around education that, again, when we were talking about deficit mindset, is that we don't want to necessarily take the time, effort, and energy that you have to put in to learn. And I think that's more so the problem. So if your reason is, I don't want to go get a college degree, but you still want to be successful, you have to put that work in to educate yourself in some shape, form, or fashion. It's not just going to happen without you doing the work.
I agree. I think the disconnect is people just don't know what the definition of being educated is, and I think it's kind of throwing people. So let me read it. Merriam-Webster's definition of being educated is giving evidence of training or practice. So for everybody saying, "Oh, I got my welder. I ain't cert. I ain't need no education. Or I got my HVAC cert. I ain't need no education." You got an education. You did. It's just in a different form. Even if people that never been to college and you got a bunch of common sense that you learned on the streets, you got an education. It was just in a different form. But again, I think coming up, and it goes back to what we was talking about earlier in terms of their standards. Right. That's what we've been praised to kind of, or not praised, but kind of gassed up to go out there and chase. It's like, if you don't have a collegiate education, then it don't matter. Right. So now you have people that are going to get that collegiate education and they kind of holding it over the head like, nan, like, y'all not smart enough. Y'all couldn't come do it. Whatever y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are not educated. It's just not true. You just got a different form of education. But in terms of, like the denouncing of it or the downing of collegiate education specifically, the only downing that I've ever done to it, and I'll stand on this to this day, I don't believe in people going to college and getting degrees that aren't going to translate to legitimate money on the back end. You have literally a lot of people in college, and I was there, so I know, that's just majoring in just African American studies, general business,
Basket weaving.
yeah, just general studies. Like it's just a bunch of stuff, and you be like, fam, like what, psychology, and you don't plan on being a therapist. It's just a lot of. It's like, what are you doing? Like you just, so you going to get the degree just to say I got the degree.
Basically.
I feel like that's a problem because now you are in $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 in debt. And you're a substitute teacher now for the next 6 years, trying to find a job that you can get to try. And those student loans not gonna wait until you get in your career to start to ask you for the money back, right? So now you a substitute teacher having to pay for $60,000-$70,000 worth of debt. So that's my only kickback. And those people that go there and get those degrees just to have degrees are the main ones that try to hold it over people's head who don't have degrees. So I feel like that's what a kickback is in terms of what they saying. Yeah, I went and got my cert, got my weld, and I'm making 70 an hour. You went there for 4 years and you making what? But a lot of times those people that just go to get the degree will try to hold it over your head like, oh, I'm college educated. I got 3-4 degrees, blah, 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 so that makes me better than you. Well, not necessarily, because if he went and got a cert for a year of training or 2 years of training and he making triple your salary, that's not nothing to brag about.
Without the debt.
I have a question.
Without the debt.
Specific. This is going straight to Trill because I know that because I watched your show, Trill. Cruise season in the house. One of the things, if I'm not mistaken, please tell me. You said that you wanted your woman to be educated. Is that just trade education, or is there a certain,
Yeah, just some kind of training. Again, whether you got a cert, whether you got a degree, whether you at a 2-year university or 4, you trying to go 8 years to be a lawyer, a doctor, whatever the case may be, but some kind of cert, some kind of training. And the thing is, anybody who ever been to college know that the networking and social education that you get in college is way more important than the actual specific reason that you're going. Right?
So the reason Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
I'm
no,
going with this from somewhere.
yeah,
But go
no. So at the end of the day, like it's the broadening of your horizons. Is you learning how to deal with different people. It's you being worldly. Because let's just be honest here. I'm at U of H. It's people from Africa. It's people from Saudi Arabia. It's people from Cuba. It's people from all over the place. And you're gonna be in classes with these people, and you're gonna be tapping in with them. Oh, damn, y'all family structure like that. Oh, wow, yeah, I never heard of that. Okay, so you pursuing this? So you get an accounting degree, but you don't want to be an accountant. You want to start a business and that? Damn, I never heard of that. So that's where the real education is at. Because now we building bonds to where, like, after I get out of here, me and this man that got cool, or me and this woman that got cool, and he done opened my eyes to some shit that I never even thought of if I would have just stayed in my neighborhood and got that common sense education, or went to my local, 2 year and got that cert where everybody's going there to do the same thing. So I think that's more of what, the real education that you get. Because in terms of like what your specific focus is, you're gonna remember maybe 5-6% of that. I think I was reading a study in terms of people go to school for all that time, but when you get on the job, they got to train you again anyway. So you go in
so
there, it's like you're not going to remember all that. So in terms of answer your question, that is very important to me because it's going to show your ability to be versatile, to be able to deal with multiple, the many different types of people, and to show discipline that you can finish something, which is of the utmost importance to me. But continue.
the reason why I asked that, because when I see the internet, I hear a lot of men talking about women who are educated. Oh, they throw their degree in there, and when mistaken and I Google, there are more African American women who don't attend college that do attend college. I'm always wondering why the focus is on the woman who attends college. You
I
understand
think
what I'm saying? So if you have more,
Especially when most men are saying education or college or education doesn't matter to them in terms of their choice in choosing women. So if majority of women are not educated, or well, I don't want to say educated, I don't like saying that, a majority of women are not have college degrees, and then why don't they choose from the bucket that there are majority of women that they would have access to?
because the mission of a lot of these men, which is why I denounce myself and remove myself from them as much as possible, is not to find me a woman that I'm compatible with. It's to bring a woman down to what her level is or what her role is, which is beneath me, which is under me, which is behind me. Right. So when
Mhm.
you come on these platforms and you talking about how educated you are, you're talking about how much money you make, and we just threw out the average of what an average man makes, and you're generally going to be making more than that. So now that's an indictment on me. So now you feel like we in this relationship and you more educated, so you're gonna be less willing to follow my instruction because you feel like you're smarter than me, or you're gonna be, way less willing to trust me as a leader because you make more money than me. So I think again, which is why, like I repeat, I separate myself from this manosphere, red pill, whatever they call this shit. I have no idea. It is nowhere near me. I don't want to be nowhere associated with that. But that's what the goal is a lot of times. So in terms of what y'all saying, y'all right. If that was the case, it's more women who don't have degrees than do. So go get one, right? But that's
Mhm.
not the women that are on these panels. So if I'm on the panel with a woman like that, I'm gonna try to bring her down to what her level is, what her purpose is. And it's not to be college educated. It's not to be on the same level as me in terms of decision making. It's for you to just blindly follow my lead and trust my judgment because I'm a man. So that's the reasoning for why they say or prioritize those things. And we just gonna keep it G.
gotcha. Well, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Going back to what we were talking about before about why does education, or why does going to college or whatever the case may be, why is it like frowned upon? And I think one of the reasons, or one of the biggest reasons why people, and I would even say probably millennials, are more like, getting away from going to college is because, for two reasons. The first reason being, we see our peers and our family members, and we see them after going through college and getting these degrees, being in debt, as everyone talked about, and they're still unhappy. Like, you went through all of this whole process for however long you went to school, and you're not happy, you're still struggling, whatever the case may be. The other reason is, which ties into that reason, is that a lot of people go to college not for personal fulfillment, like not finding a degree that makes you feel fulfilled in your life that actually works towards your purpose. A lot of people go to college or they get higher education because they're trying to get a job that's going to pay for a whole lot of money, even if they don't like it. They may be doing it because their parents are telling them to, you know, depending on whatever the case may be. And at the end of the day, when you put yourself in a situation where you're going to school and you don't actually enjoy your degree, you just wasted 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 years of your life. And on top of that, we have people who went to school and they're just like, you know what? I actually find more joy in doing this trade or doing this other thing that didn't require me to put in X amount of hours in school to get a piece of paper, you know? And so I think the reason why, ultimately, I think the reason why a lot of people are shying away from it is because we're starting to realize, like, not saying you don't need education. I think you need it for very specific degrees, like being a doctor. Obviously, you might need to get a piece of paper for that. You know, a teacher, yes. But there are a lot of jobs out there where you don't need that actual rigorous or even what am I trying to say? Basically, you don't need that route to get to where you're going. And so I think a lot of us are just being smart and being wise about it. Why would I go for a job that's going to pay me, I don't know, maybe $70,000 and I have $200,000 in debt? It doesn't really make much sense. And a lot of us are looking at it like, why would I go to school, have all this debt, and then have to pay rent or mortgage, take care of kids, all these different things? And, you know, I can still do this. So this is why we have an influx of entrepreneurs who are not going to school and they're just maybe taking up courses, finding free courses online, taking up trades or whatever the case may be, and they're surviving and they're doing what they want to do from that space. And so I think that's probably the biggest reason. Personal fulfillment should be the number one reason you go to college. It shouldn't be for, I'm not saying you shouldn't go for money, but you should go for something that's going to actually make you inspired to keep going and then utilize that after the fact.
So, Lauren, there are so many people who don't know what they want to do when they graduate from high school, right? College, to be very specific, a 4-year college or university is typically a safe place for young adults to go to mature, learn, grow in a safe environment. So going back to what Trill was saying, yes, college, a 4-year college is so much more than just getting that degree. You know, it enables you to grow and to learn and to mature and to the growth is exponential in so many different categories. The same person you were at 18 typically is not that same person you are when you're 21 or 22. And when you compare, and again, not to say that there's anything wrong with someone who goes to get their associates or who goes to get a skill or trade at all. But I think what Shantae was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just discounting a 4-year college or university. And yes, you know, there's so many different things that we can do to get educated, and skills, a trade is definitely still needed. We won't be anywhere in the world if we don't have electricians or plumbers or people who sew, right? We like to, half the time, we like to buy clothes and sweaters. And how many people are seamstress, right? So trade, there's a place for trade. Absolutely. And no one thing is less than the other. But to discount a college education, I think is a mistake. A 4-year college specifically is a mistake. There's so much that a 4-year college provides that if you don't go, sometimes you just don't get. Now, to your point, it doesn't make sense to go to this school that costs $100,000 a year and you know you want to be a teacher. That's just asinine, right? We have to make some logical and good grounded decisions. And that's where sometimes we need to speak with guidance counselors or have parental guidance in order to chart the course of the best course in which, you know, our path should go. But there is a place for a 4-year education, and I don't think it should be discounted.
I think the people that are discounted, I think is being taken so personal, because the people that are trying to discount it is people that don't even really matter. Like you're being triggered by something that people in the manosphere are saying, and it's like, to each is its own. Like, different ways to be educated. So it's like you chose the path that was right for you. The next person is going to choose the path for them. Who cares that this, sorry, who cares that, that, stop. Who cares that the, that the manosphere says that because you went and got your 4-year degree that it's not important. Like you went and got the degree that was best for you, and the next person that went and got their trade, they decided to do what's best for them. I personally, I would push trade specifically unless there is a doctor, lawyer, nurse, something of that nature where you actually need to put in that amount of time in those years to be successful in that particular role. But a lot of schools, I wish they bring back in high schools. A lot of these schools, these high schools are providing these seniors with to graduate with their high school diploma as well as a trade. They
And
also in
college,
the state of Texas you
Associates.
can get
and college associates.
a
Yeah.
real estate license here in some high schools in the state of Texas. So you'll also graduate with your diploma and also a real estate license, cosmetology license. So I think that bringing that back into the schools or having that in the schools in general as options, it may save a lot of kids from going into debt, into college debt, because now they have other opportunities that's being presented to them in high school before they even graduate. And they're like, hey, I didn't know that I like kind of doing this. I can see myself doing this as a career. So now instead of you going off to a 4-year college, you're getting a mass communications degree because your parents wanted you to go to college just to get a college degree, and now you're working in a job that's not even related to that degree, and you have this paper and this debt, and you're not even making adequate money to be able to pay off that debt.
Well, I think that
So,
speaks to Tan's point about not planning. When you go to college, so you shouldn't. It shouldn't be a situation where you're just going to go. There should be a plan in place. So and not not just based on necessarily saying, well, what you would enjoy doing. I think that's a hobby and you can learn that on the side. I don't think you should spend 4 years in a college to get a basking weaving degree because that is your passion. Like, and you need to figure out, even if I do get this basket weaving degree, let me do a minor in business. So then I can take what I've learned in basket weaving and turn it into a thriving business. It has to be a plan. I think a lot of times we go into college with the mindset of that's just the next step. Like, okay, you go to high school. After you graduate high school, then you just go to college. Where we're not planning. When you look at other, I know we said we don't like comparing other cultures, but that is part of it. Even, their family is telling them you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a lawyer. You're like, some of them do not have options. That path is already spelled out for them, and that's partly why they succeed. And you'll see a whole family of lawyers and doctors, and just because that was the plan. I think what we lack is the planning. Like, I remember, like, my son, he told me, I don't want to go to college, and everybody was shocked that I wasn't like, boy, you're gonna. No, I know college is not for everyone, but what he wasn't going to do is not have a plan in place. So, okay, you don't want to go to college. All right, let's start researching careers that only require a high school degree. And I made him do that. So he was looking up, different things. It's like, okay, I think I would like being a firefighter. I put him in a high school where it was a career academy. So those things that, like, Humble Dad was talking about, like different classes and courses. I didn't make him just choose one path. I'm like, I don't really care. I just want you to graduate high school. So your thing is going to be, you're going to take different courses. So he did IT in high school. He did, carpentry in high school. He dabbled in a little bit of everything so he can grasp an understanding of what his interests were. And I mean, he's in the military now, and he's doing, I don't know what his MOS, whatever you call it, is, but it does have something to do with where he's going to end up with certifications in IT. So when he comes out, he has an opportunity. But even then, he's like, I don't like IT. I'm doing it because that's my job. But what I want to do is I want to be a firefighter. I'm like, okay, that's a career. While you're there, you need to be doing X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Get your EMT, do those things. So when you come out, you're straight. It's all about planning. And I think we lack planning when it comes to education. We lack planning when it comes to family planning. We just let things happen to us without necessarily taking responsibility and direction for the way we want our life to go.
I would suggest if you decide to go to college or you're teaching your kids to go to college, I wouldn't suggest go to a 4-year college unless you have a scholarship. I would say go to a community college because they're going to teach you the exact same thing at a 4-year college. And then it's less expensive, and then you can save or work or whatever and find out what it is if you even want to. You get your associates basically. And if you should in 2 years have an idea if you want to continue to go to college, and therefore your debt will even be less if you don't have a scholarship.
So based off of the stats, I don't have them in front of me. How well do those people do, like the trades and the associates, like as far as income is concerned?
Very
well, extremely well. I know welders right off the top of my head came out of there making 60 an hour right out the gate.
Especially welders, those are one of those hard to fill areas. So when they, like, even at the school that my son went to, they were actually trying to recruit in that school to start having students learn that trade because there's a lack of welders. So, and they pay pretty well. So definitely, I say is the planning. If you don't want to go to a 4-year college, that's the first step. You can go online and just look what jobs are in need. And if you don't want to go to college, look for the ones that you don't need a whole lot of schooling for, but pay a lot of money. Welding pays a whole lot of money. Carpentry, even now, because of the housing, boom, they don't have enough.
Welders are exposed to a lot of radiation. I'm a health freak. Welders are exposed to a lot of radiation on the back end. So it's a risky job.
It's more than just that. But what I'm saying is, again, preparing, taking the time to do your research, creating a plan. That's what we lack. Because I think a lot of times, like Trill was saying, education is not necessarily, or was it Tam? Well, both of y'all was saying that going to a college is not necessarily just about the degree. It's also about the social networking. And that is important when you are trying to break into the business world. You do need to establish some kind of network. So that part of it is important. But if you're not going to go to college, then you need to surround yourself and put yourself in places where you can network.
I would say
the difference is.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what the difference is that, that just like with welding and a bunch of like the certs and different things, like you tend to start out with a higher pay than most people that go to 4 years, but the growth potential is different.
That's
true. What I'm saying? So that welder may start out making 60, but about 10 years from now, he might be making 70 in comparison to somebody that go and get a 4-year and they start at an entry level at 40. 10 years, they might be at 120. So the growth rate is different. And I know engineers run into that a lot too, because that was what I was in college for before I decided to transition into finances, because there's more growth potential there. Engineers go to school, they get that, a lot of times 4 to 5 years, depending on where you at, and they'll come right out the gate 110, 90, 95. But the growth potential is different. In 10 years, they might be making 120, 125 compared to person who went got the accounting degree. They started out entry level 50. 10 years later, they at executive level making 120, 130 if they ain't done went into their own practice, or if they ain't done change industries completely, especially with finances, because you can what you make in oil and gas, which is where I'm at, in comparison to what you make everywhere else, it's a drastic difference. So industry matters in a lot of times in those 4-year degrees. But if you're just getting a cert, It's going to be good money starting out, and even in the refinery, because I'm from Port Arthur, so that's refinery town. Motiva, Exxon, all of those big refineries. They got a lot of process operators they get their 2-year degree for process operating, come right out the gate, 40 an hour, right out the gate. That's the entry level. But again, if you're not rising to like a management, or you're not rising to like a level like that, then you're gonna stay at that 40 for for however long. So that's the difference between getting a cert. Do you want the fast money, or do you have the discipline and the leadership with the callback to climb the ladder and go out there and get the rest of the money? But the 4-year degree, 6-year degree gives you the option to do so.
Yeah, we don't talk about that glass ceiling often. Let's just be honest, it's there. So let me so I want to take this into the dating realm, because I know we have this situation where a lot of people are like, oh, blue collar workers, like, well, nobody, it's a dating issue. Women are saying they're too good for the blue collar worker. So why do you think that is?
Because women don't respect men that they smarter than. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they're delusional.
Nah, but let's be honest here, and I say this a lot, and women hate to admit it, but it's the truth. Women do not respect men, or let me rephrase. They tend to not respect men that they are smarter than and that they make more money than. Because leadership, let's be honest, women like to be dominated by their man. And regardless of where it is they at, you can have a chick that didn't go to school or whatever, but she want a man that's making a certain amount of money. She want a man that has intelligence or street smarts or common sense. Why? Because she tends not to have those things, right? So if you tie that back to a college graduate, she done went, let's say she an engineer or something, come out of school making 120, she dating a dude, making 43, she gonna be way less willing to follow that tutelage. She gonna be way less willing to listen to that man say, you know what? I need you to slow down on buying those bags. You spending too much money. She gonna be way less willing to, hey, you need to stop going to happy hour so much. Yesterday you spent $250 over there. I think we need to be a bit more money conscious, right? A woman can take that better from a man that's making 150 if she making 120. But if you making 43 and she making 120, no, that's gonna be a back and forth. You're gonna don't tell me how to spend my money that I work hard out here to make. Right. So that is the reality of this shit. Women do not respect men, or tend not to respect men that they are smarter than and that they make more money than. So that's what disconnect comes.
I have a question for the
Why
ladies.
is that? No, don't ask no question.
No, yeah, that's a good question for the ladies. That's a good
That's
question.
what I was going to say. Do you prefer a smarter man or a man with money?
I love me a nerd, honey.
I like nerds.
But the reality is, when we look at a lot of Black successful women, let's just be honest. We talk about this idea. Yes, women have this idea of wanting a man who's successful and makes this astronomical amount of money and who's going to be, be able to provide them with these lavish items. Let's just keep it real.
Ain't happening.
Bingo. How many Black successful women do you know who are married to men that women we look at like, they can't be equally yoked, right? And we're talking about Black successful women. You're laughing, but I am so serious.
What do you mean by unequally yoked? That's what
it just don't look right
financially.
Let's unpack equally yoked. Let's unpack.
We can unpack a lot of that, but we'll
he be at the party, Christmas party, looking all confused because he
him.
You see what I mean? This is what I mean. Go ahead,
bro. Like unequally.
You are 100% correct.
That's a thing.
You are 100% correct, Trill.
Yeah, you
guys, honest conversation. Be honest.
I think we're talking about idealistic here. I think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about pie in the sky. Do some Black women who are successful marry these rich, wealthy Black men? Yes. But let's talk about the average here.
Yeah, they're on the other end of the bell curve. Yeah.
We're not talking about the 5%ers.
But we're not talking about necessarily you have a $50,000 gap in your income either. We know we're not dating millionaires because there's just not enough of them.
Shan, just real quick. And we can just take a quick poll here. Preference wise, from an ideal perspective, would you
Go
rather your
get 'em,
man be
Trill.
making more money than you or the same as you?
Per preference.
Be honest. Be honest.
More. For the reasons you
Okay.
said. I wanted to make more for the reasons you said because I would feel away. Honestly, I would feel away. Because I would feel like I would have to step into their role of being that masculine energy. And I don't want to do that. So
I
I'm
don't
not masculine at
understand.
all.
But
I don't understand. How does more money determine leadership
Well,
qualities?
that's what I was going to say. When I grew up, my aunts, all of my aunts made more. They I don't put the. It appeared that they were the breadwinners of their family, right? But you would never know because their husbands were the head of the household. So even though they were the ones working and bringing in the money, most of the money for the family, you would not know the difference because the respect level of the headship was there.
But let's be honest, that's your family. Most women who make the most in the household are going to feel like they wear the pants in the household. Let's just be honest.
I'm asking why though. How does money determine
That's
if you're
because of
qualified to
y'all.
be a? Like for example,
It's because men put priority on money and power, right?
They do.
Money and power. Men, y'all have kind of set that as a standard, right? So if you're equating money with power, then when women are in a position where they're making more money, they're going to equate that with more power. So you can't get upset at something that you establish as a standard.
So
but the issue is with the women that say that they want more, and then let's say you don't get the man that makes more than you. It's those women that are still turning down the man that makes the exact same as them.
Oh,
that's
different.
I don't
Yeah.
understand that.
But Ado, look though. Oh, Lauren, go ahead, Lauren. I'm gonna come in right after you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think Humble, the reason why women try to, the reason why most of us try to associate, I guess, the dollar amount with leadership is because the honest truth is we don't know how to vet men. We have no idea. And we use money as a way to try to determine if that man is going to be a good man because we want to see, because we're so caught up in thinking that men have to be providers that we only see that from a financial stance. There's a spiritual provisions we're talking about. There's emotional provisions. There's other provisions, but we miss all of that because we think having more money means that we'll have access to all of these things without any other pressures. No, that's not the case. That man having lots of money, his character might be shot.
Yes.
He might not be a compassionate person. He might not care about who you are. None of those things. And so the number one reason is because, one, we don't know how to vet men properly. We haven't been taught. We have this Cinderella story in the back of our mind. We've been watching Disney movies all our life. And we believe if we just, if we find this kind of man, which that's a fairy tale. He may or may not exist. The other reason why women, think that money and leadership go hand in hand, which they do, but like not as a way to like get a litmus test for a guy. But the reason why we do that is because, I'll be honest. This is my honest opinion. When it comes to male-female relationships, when it comes to women and men, women towards men, a woman's.
Say it.
Is it hard to say like that?
Do you need to put it in the back? Do you need to put it in the back chat? Like,
you want me to read it for you?
Yeah, man, accountability is a beautiful thing.
This is my honest
it is true. Hey, for sure.
This is my honest opinion. I genuinely feel like the love that women have for men is completely conditional. And the love that men have for women is unconditional. And I say that, hear me out. I say this because when you think about women, when they think about men, like say for an example, it's funny because one of my guy friends said this. He said that when his father passed away, his mother was devastated, but not for the reason that you would think. She was devastated because she was like, he gave me you. This is his mother talking to her son about what his father did for her. She said, he gave me you. A lot of what women feel for men is conditional based upon what you can give her. That's the truth. It's a man can love a woman and he granted we have these YouTube talking points. Yes, that's neither here nor there. The men that get it, they get it, right? We're talking to those men. There are men out here that will love you unconditionally. he will love you through it all. But like for women, we be just so out here with this stuff. Like it's crazy.
Let me just say that must be the men in your family because we love the men in our family.
Look here, man. Let me bail y'all out on the explanation.
Don't do it.
Humble dad asks, why is money a determining factor in terms of like what it is or how much a woman is going to respect a man? Now let me shoot women some bail. I don't think I've ever heard a woman say this.
Is it money or status?
No, wait. I'm about to unpack it, right? Because if you ask women, like, why is money important to them, right? Because they'll say, because we've heard women say it on these platforms, it's not the money, it's the traits that's tied to it, right? So if this man is making $500,000 a year, it takes a certain level of discipline, it takes a certain level of intellect, it takes a certain level of leadership, it takes a certain level of business acumen for him to get there, right? So those are the traits that I'm attracted to. It's not necessarily the money, even though we know that's cap a little bit, but that's what they'll say, right? So in essence, to why they feel like,
look at Trill.
Them having more money is going to create a bit of an issue is because now, going by those guidelines that I just gave, she feels like she's more disciplined than you, she's more intellectual than you, she has more business acumen than you. So how could you possibly lead me if I'm ahead of you in all of those categories?
Listen, Trill.
Interesting.
And let me just say that I got another one before we go into the next one. I'll leave it for that because I know what's going.
Oh, you don't want to stay on this accountability?
I don't care about people not liking me.
No,
I'm not here for the likes.
I agree with Lauren.
I'm not here for the likes. Listen, I'm a realist, and I'm to be real with you.
Hey, you moving on from this accountability though, but hey, you the host.
Listen, let me just say this too. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you look at some of those, and it's horrible because you have a group of blue collar workers, and there is a great group of them, like great. But sometimes the ones that are not so great give the great ones a bad name because they're flight risk. Most of the baby daddies, they got less to lose. That other guy got more to lose than you, so he gonna be on the straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna be honest.
But Trill, it's also about showing and proving. Even if a woman thinks that, based on what you were saying, if she makes more money or, have more education, so it's harder to lead. But I think it's about showing and proving. Because even if I think that, let's say I'm smarter than and I'm making more money than or whatever, but if my husband is moving in a way to show otherwise, then at that point, my degree don't matter, my money don't matter, because he's proven that he can lead out in spite of what I have. You know what I'm saying? So I can go, and that's part of, like, in terms of degree wise, my husband, he went as far as his master's. He was like, I hate school. I'm not going to school at all, period. I'm done. And I went ahead and I have my doctorate. But in terms of me feeling like I'm smarter than him, he can run circles around me in that area just because he is much more educated. I have more formal education than him, but he is by far more educated than I am. So I'm attracted to that. So
I think that's a different situation. That's like the battle of higher education. I don't think
no. My point is that it doesn't matter if a man is going to lead, or those are things that as women we find to be attractive, even if he didn't have a degree, because he's taken the time to educate himself, period. He loves to read. He's a well-read person. He loves, just engaging in things that a lot of people just make, like studying religion just because he feel like it, just things like that. So he's well educated. So no matter how high I get in my degrees, I never feel like I'm above him in that level, because he's shown and proved that he leads in that area. You know what I'm saying?
No, which I get, but the only difference is, like, the only way that you would know that is for you to give him a chance in terms of proving himself.
Right.
In this situation, and I'm talking about, and y'all probably met at a young age or something, right?
Yeah, we met in
So,
college.
right. So y'all grew up together, and I can relate. Me and my old lady, we grew up together, right? But let's step out of that realm, and let's say you 30 right now, meeting a man that's 30. You're not gonna have that same grace in terms of, okay, let me see what he's capable of. Let me see what type of man that he could turn into. No, his income, where he's at, where his career, all of these things are the utmost important, because especially at 30, you don't feel like you got time. We don't have time for you to grow into who I think that you could be. So to answer your question, a lot of men don't even get that chance if
Right.
the woman is making, a legitimate, if she's making more than him. A lot of men are not getting a chance to prove themselves. It's the same thing with men. Like we speak about that all the time. Like, why does, like, this less attractive woman or whatever may be perfect for him, and they get along well, they joke good and all of that, right? And she's a great person and all of these things, great mother, all of this. But and we say all the time, I'll never know that because she's not attractive to me right out the gate. So I'm not going to stay around to learn those traits about her. And it's the same thing with women on the opposite end.
But sure, you can see that a woman is not attractive, like at the initial point, right? But my question is, when does a woman know the man's financial statement?
She could tell by the conversation. Sometimes. Now, the ones that matter, let me just say this. The ones that matter, there are men who are blue collar workers who are well versed. Like I've seen guys who don't go to college and they're like mistaken with saying her husband. Well, he went to college, but he was always that guy. So those are the guys who can get by without going to college. Like you can have a conversation with them and you'll never know, and it's perfect. But a lot of times that's not the situation. You can kind of tell by the way they carry themselves. Like Trill said, when you go to school, you learn more than just the academic portion. It's more like you learn how to move, how you carry yourself, all of these things. So when he comes to the dinner table, he just comes a little different than a person who may be,
And let's be honest, some of these women, they probably, you going on that initial date, y'all say, oh, what do you do for a living? Let's just say he says a teacher. She's probably going to go home and Google the standard teacher salary in the state that they live in. So whether she come right out and ask him what his salary is, she's going to, yeah, it's terrible. It really is. But she's gonna be able to gauge that later on after that date is over. So yeah, he might have been attracted. He might have been attracted to her, but now she can't even get past the salary part because that's all she's stuck on.
Let me tell you this. Y'all talk about teachers, but every man in that building has a wife. Every man at my school is married to some. No, I was just saying that.
I'm taking it personal. Nobody is coming.
No, I see her point.
What I'm saying to you, when you go to school, when you're in the
men teachers are married.
Undoubtedly, it's not that big of an issue because every man that walks in our building, because trust me, I'll be looking, they be all married. So undoubtedly, these women do not care about them being teachers.
Or he found him, or he found him someone that did not care that he was a teacher.
But it still goes back to a lot of, and I know we're probably not talking about this segment, but a lot of Black successful women don't marry men who are above their financial bracket. I mean, that's just really not the case. And it goes back to, I know what Mistaken was saying. Sometimes there's a biblical aspect of that too when we talk about men leading, right? I mean, I guess that depends on your religion and what your beliefs are. But Christianity, the man is supposed to lead. And with women who believe in that philosophy, whether it's for Christianity or any other reason, most women want a man to lead them. Many women prefer that. It's just, I think Shantae was talking about preference. Do many women want a man who makes more, who carries himself with swagger, who is competent, intellectual, emotionally, as well as academically? There are tons of factors. Trill, you listed a list of characteristics and traits that many women are attracted to. And you're absolutely right. But the unfortunate fact is that found in that man who makes whatever financial bracket that many women desire? Do we find that wrapped up in a bow? And the reality is, and we can research it and look it up, but the reality is when we research that, many times that's not the case. And those people who get married are together for quite a while. You think about who the people that you know, who one person, the woman is successful, and the man may not be as financial, since we're talking about the whole financial gamut, may not be on the financial status, but the people that I'm familiar with or know people through other people, they've been together for a really long time, still together. There are people I look at and I wonder, how are they still, they are together. Whether they've gone through hard times, challenging times, they're still rolling.
But I'm not gonna lie, I've seen that too, and the guy be kind of beta. Like they would consider beta.
Okay, you got to educate me. What's beta?
Like she kind of, running the shots. It may not look like it, but she kind of like calling the shots. And he's just like, oh, okay.
Right, which is what
they married, but they betas, huh?
Right, but again, just like I say all the time, man, just because you're a man does not mean that you built to lead. It's a lot of men out here that are following their woman's lead. That's just what it is. So just like Ms. Mistaken was saying earlier, she said, I know a bunch of dudes, whatever, wife was the breadwinner, and they moving in harmony. She still respected him as far as we know. Key word there was as far as we know. Behind closed doors, be a totally different situation. You know what I'm saying? Because I make more money than you. And let's just be honest here. A lot of men in that space, I know too, right off the top of my head, feel emasculated and feel like they don't have the leverage to challenge anything that this woman says, because she's making so much more, and because I done got used to this lifestyle, and now I got kids invested, and just men don't like to give up on relationships in general. Let's just put that out there, right? But especially in a sense to where the income dynamic is so different, and I came into this not leading. So what Shantae is saying, it may be funny, but it's the truth. A lot of men in that situation are betas, and they are willing to follow their woman's lead, and they work in harmony. You know what I'm saying? Because of that, that's just what his personality is, right? But if you run into like just a super alpha dude, which I hate these terms that they use in this space, but you run into that super alpha dude who's successful in his own right, who's a leader and all of this, that, and the third, they oftentimes are gonna clash more times than not. You know what I'm saying? Compared to that dude who tends to, and let's just be honest, if the woman is dominating in that, if you look at if you find 10 couples like that, I guarantee you 9 of them, the husband is super laid back. Super laid back. He's like, all right, boo, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily like she's just dominating him, but that's just his personality. He's just laid back. All right, it's cool. Laissez felt like he'll step in here and there, when it's necessary in terms of, whatever. But that dude is typically super laid back, and the woman is calling the shots, and he's just following in line. But their relationship worked. So I mean, how can you say it's wrong at the end of the day? So yeah.
Anybody else wanted to add to that conversation?
I just wanted to say one thing, that there has been an increase. I know, like we were talking about hypergamy, but there has been an increase in hypergamy among women because of the fact of women are outpacing men in terms of education. Now, hypergamy is still there, don't get me wrong, but it has definitely been a significant increase in women marrying down, because they do have less compatible, mates at their level. So when you're saying what most women want, yes, they want somebody that's at their level or above. But the reality of it is that for women, especially, the higher up they are, the less options they have in terms of definitely Black women, the less options they have, and in terms of meeting a partner that's at that level or more. So so definitely hypergamy is on an increase, where women are marrying down.
So marrying down, so I can make sure this is right. So marrying down is based on finances.
Not just finances. It can be social class, status, education, just in terms of that balance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just like a celebrity. Just look at like a Serena Williams, or you look at like most of the women that are super famous. They tend to not, they ain't dating, dudes that are famous. Most of them, they dating somebody we never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Serena when got her being, we never heard of this guy ever. You know what I'm saying?
But I think he has money though. I don't think that he's.
No,
I think he had.
Yeah, he does, but in terms of social relevancy, like it's night and day difference. You know what I'm saying? Going back to what Mistaken said, it's not just all about finances. It could be
Right. It's
social, it
not
could
just
be
money. It's about
education,
social,
money.
social
Yeah.
class.
So,
Hmm.
but yeah, but even in that situation, I would go as far as to say, and he make more money than her. But I would go as far as to say that she's calling the shots in that relationship. That's just honest. If I'm looking from the outside in, and again, we're not in these people relationships. All we can do is speculate. But in terms of that type of woman, more times than not, that type of woman is she not she's not just going. It's gonna be a discussion had, and
But Trill,
oftentimes
I have a question. Do you think she runs the shop because it's a black woman, white
I
man?
knew you was gonna go.
I want to know.
That's not her
That's a valid.
personality.
That's a valid question.
I would say this. I would say that probably plays a role, right? Because I mean, just putting myself in
I
his
don't
shoes,
think
and
she
and, and,
does
and
it.
again, like we not, but again, we gotta understand. Serena's from Compton, so I mean, she's accomplished and she's all these things, but you are what your roots are. So she has that side to her, how I would imagine. But just putting myself in his shoes, I would imagine it would be a bit awkward to like try to dominate that type of woman or kind of dictate what that type of woman is going to do. Like, not only is she from Compton, but she's super successful and a beast in her sport, and she's bigger than he is. She's more physically imposing than he is. All of that.
But
So it's like,
she's Jehovah Witness though, right? She was brought because I think her background also, you can't separate the religious aspect where they are taught a certain way as well. Now, whether she implements it or not, I'm not sure. But
yeah, that's something different.
just knowing like the from the Will Smith movie that they had did that they were a Jehovah Witness, and then witnessing in terms of I remember listening to the one who made the movie on her that directed it, when she was doing an interview with the mom, that most people don't even know that it was the mom who was actually the coach of the kids, and you don't hear that because the father was the one that was the face, so she played in the background, but it was the mom who actually started coaching them. And a lot of that in terms of religious wise, the man leads. And so I'm thinking that because she grew up in a household like that, that maybe she has also brought some of those characteristics in her marriage. So
So
we
since we don't really
so
know
she
this
may be,
answer, let's not guess on somebody else's life. Let's just
no,
You
I'm
know
just
what a side boy is, though.
I'm
Just to,
sorry.
and I say, what a side boy is, and I don't mean to derail the conversation, but I kind of took issue with that movie. Matter of fact, a lot of issue with that
wow.
movie, right? Because of how they put her dad up on this pedestal, right? Like it's like, oh, he was a solid dad. He was there every day, making sure that they got to practice, making sure that they did this, making sure that they did that. See, me, the type of person I am, right? When I watch biographies, like when the credits start rolling, I'm on my phone research because I want to know. You know what I'm saying? Like the ins and outs, right? And upon my research, I found out that, Serena and Venus and her sisters ain't his only kids. As a matter of fact, he left a family of 5 kids to be with Venus and Serena's mama. And not only did he leave the family of 5 kids, he didn't communicate with the family of 5 kids. Once he left the family, he was just gone, right? So now it's like, okay, I don't have any kids. Now my only kids are Venus and Serena. And because I know they talented, whatever the case may be, I'm going to pave a way. Now, don't get me wrong. I cannot take that away from him. He's seen the talent and he cultivated the talent. But where I lost respect is he had 5 other kids from a different woman. And in the movie, they kind of briefly referenced it. I don't know if y'all remember, they was arguing in front of the
I
sink.
remember that.
Right. But it was a brief 15-second acknowledgement, right? But if you do the research, again, he left 5 kids, and these kids was trying to reach out to him all these years. He wouldn't respond. Reach out to Serena. She wouldn't respond. Venus, she wouldn't respond. And these kids are grown now and still like trying to take him to court and all type of stuff. But in this movie, they praised him as just the ultimate father, the ultimate hero, right? So now it's hard for me to even see that movie the same, right? But again, that's just a sidebar. But it's just like, we got to be careful, man, because just like we, again, to tie back, we don't know what be really going on in these people's households,
Right.
man.
That's true. That's true.
All right. So, did anybody else have anything to say? I don't even remember what the original question was.
I think it was about mediocrity.
Oh, okay. So, does anybody have anything else to say about education or anything we have discussed? Let's do these super chats real fast, and we're going to the next subject.
Harry. Oh, okay.
Listen. I
Right.
reached out to Logic and was like, "What's up?" Logic didn't get back.
Logic said you were going to do. Logic said you were going to debate Fight Club. Can we set a date for that, Faye? LOL. I just remember listening last night, and Logic said it was Anton, that he was waiting on Anton.
Gotcha.
So that was what the issue was.
Gotcha. See, it's not us. Oh, so sorry.
Oh, same one.
My bad.
Dr. Hound, $9.99. I got a question. How much the maintenance? Didn't we do that one already? Yeah. How much the maintenance beauty bill?
Did we really?
Yeah, we did that one already.
Okay. Sorry, but
y'all didn't answer the question though.
What was the question?
I'm low maintenance. Mine is about $80 a month.
I can't see it because my eyes
are not. It says, I got a question. How much the maintenance beauty bill for females every month, like lashes, hair, nails, makeup, you get it, how much it costs every month, ladies, speak up.
$1 billion. No, I'm kidding.
Honey,
I don't wear makeup.
Listen, I polish my own nails. Look at that right there. Boom. And my toes.
I have to go get my feet done.
I don't care about no lashes. I wear my own.
Y'all realize
my nails done. So I spend about $80 a month.
The question is not what you get. See, the question was how much.
Well, that's how much.
Nobody said what you get.
$2.99 until this runs out.
Okay.
Well, it depends on every other month, because if I get my hair braided, then that's going to be more. But that balances out because I don't get it done every week.
Hey, did you see?
I don't know how to do makeup. I wish I did.
The question is how much. Hey, you know what? I get my hair done.
Anybody who does this, somebody say.
I don't do
maybe
every month, so I don't.
So now they don't know.
I would say,
don't know.
Oh, I know.
Like I don't know.
Okay, but nails cost about $30 now. I'll get gel nails every now and again. I don't get it consistently, but when I get it, I just get gel nails, and that's about $30.
And that's gel on top of your nail. If you
get
on
my
nail, it's like almost $50.
I don't know that.
You're really supposed to go every 2 weeks. I stretch mine out for a whole month, so that's why.
And I don't go
exactly why I don't spend that much. Get your hair done like with braids. They're probably supposed to last 4 weeks. I'll keep them in until I feel like taking them out. So that could be 2 months, it could be 3 months. So that's why I say I'm very low key.
Not often at all.
Very low maintenance.
All right, for me, it's
all right. Go ahead. Go to
probably
the next.
Probably like $250 a month. You know, some of these people, I went to cosmetology school. I know how to do hair. I do my own hair, so I only have to really use money to buy the products. So nails, pedicure, the maintenance for the hair, yeah, about $250.
Oh, that's a lot.
Girl,
yeah, that sounds about right.
Nails. I mean,
that sounds about right. Like
$250 a month.
But like
for the manicure, pedicure, that's what I pay. That's a month by itself. And then when I add in the materials, you know, for the stuff that I need when I do my hair, yeah, so it's about $250, $225, $250, which is way cheaper than what, you know, the girls that's out here this buying the hair and paying to get it installed. You know what I'm saying? I know.
Yeah, that's why I stopped wearing weaves like years ago, because that was just way too much. Like $500 for some hair, like what? I couldn't do it. I got here in Atlanta, and that's what everybody else was doing, so I jumped on bandwagon and then jumped off quick. Robin M, $9.99. College is cool for jobs that require a mandatory degree like a teacher, doctor, etc. Don't just go and rack up debt. That's another issue we don't consider and then can't find a job to pay it off.
Do you think that it would be beneficial to like have a side school, not necessarily college, just showing people how to carry themselves? So you don't have to necessarily get that at college, because I think that's important.
Etiquette?
You know, huh?
Is that not etiquette school?
Well, you know, most women go to it. You know, that's like it's seen as a female thing, but just for men.
What was the question again?
Go ahead, Lauren.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Do you think it would be a good thing to have like maybe a school, of course not college, that would teach people how to carry themselves? Not an etiquette school, because you know most people associate that with just women, but kind of like an etiquette school, but for both men and women.
But in college, it was just about being around other people that you learn.
It's
like,
exposure, but that exposure is
right.
not going to be there. So another way to get that, because that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
When you move, that's just as important as the education, if not more important.
So I'm sorry, no, go ahead, Tan. Go ahead.
What were you about to say? Was somebody about to say something? Oh.
No, so I was just going to say maybe just a different perspective, since there's some other countries that don't charge for college. You know, I think in America, we're having conversation about what that could potentially look like and reducing the cost, because the cost has crept up year after year or decade after decade. So maybe just another perspective to what you're saying, Shan, just the outlook, the different perspective on college in America and that debt reducing the cost. Maybe the answer is not to have it completely free. And I hate to say this, but you know how we act when things are free. So maybe not completely just free. And I'm sure we'll get comments about that. But it's true. But if the cost is significantly less expensive, right? If other countries can do a zero cost college and be just as impactful, right? I mean, they're learning chemistry in 5th grade that we're learning in 11th grade in China. So maybe it's something that we need
They
to
also
look
go to school every day or 6 days a week too. So
Learning system is different as well. If y'all ain't read a book called Atomic Habits, go check that out. They're gonna speak on that in depth as to why they pick
What is
up
it
things way
called?
faster than we do. It's called Atomic Habits.
Atomic Habits.
Yeah, classic book, man. Check that out. They speak to what they're talking about in terms of Asia, like why they are so good at math and why they are so, because they are taught to do it completely different and in way more of a method that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they're able to pick it up earlier. But yeah, check that out.
Yeah. So that's all I was saying. Just a different perspective, maybe to that is just looking at the American educational, I guess, higher education system. You know, why are we accepting this massive debt in order to get a higher education? We should demand something a little differently, similar to, just reducing the costs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they don't want you to
Some
go.
states have. I know, like in New York, I know other states might. I don't know what other states, but like 2-year college, is I think is free. I definitely know that you
State
would.
college in New York is free.
Yeah, that's
Go
yeah,
to a
that's
state
what I'm
college
saying.
in
Yeah,
New York,
state
free
colleges are
if you're a
free,
resident.
but you just have to pay like room and board. Which ends up being expensive anyway. But some states are, I guess, kind of moving in that direction. I know even here in Georgia, I think that's part of, you go to a 2-year college or something like that. Like that is almost free as well, based on the Hope. If you get like the Hope grant, if you go to a 2-year college, you're coming out with next to no debt at all. So it's just, I mean, money is there. Again, it goes back to us taking the time to apply for, grants, we're not taking the time to do those things. Big Shot Ammo, $10. I wish more Black men got into trades. I honestly think we need a right to manhood where we get our kids acclimated in trades and schooling at young ages, like 10. By the time they're 18, they'll understand the value.
I wish more Black men would be doctors.
You can't let that go.
I'm not going to.
I know Cuba had a program a few years ago where they were actually looking for people from the States to come to Cuba to learn how to become a doctor, but you also had to learn it in Spanish and English. And it was, you just had to, I think the requirements were you had to be under 25 by like a certain time frame, and you had to be willing to go in
I
there
remember
and
that.
give back, you know. But
And even here, especially for minorities, they have a lot of programs at like prestigious colleges that would pay for your degree free to become a doctor. So, Uncle Luke, 1980s, $5. Thank you. Most gentlemen don't care about their partner with a basket weaving degree and tons of college debt. Education is great if it's making money. E $13. I'm gonna just call you E. Disingenuous Trill. Men have talked down on educated women, especially educated black women, because they can be the most masculine and difficult. This was shown on KS show how many times? I'm a PhD.
Real, real quick, man. I'm trying to practice like anger management and things of that nature. But because
You're doing well, bro.
I
You're
done
doing
seen this
well.
nigga talking wild all day in the chat. But again, I'm breathe, count to 10, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? I heard what they said.
Got this
I'm listening
Trill.
to you, gang. But
Woosah.
in terms of this, right? First off, you got to look at the caliber of women who was called into Kevin Samuels. For one, this is an uncomfortable conversation. A lot of us just do not want to have. But a lot of these women, for one, was not the best looking. For two, was not in the best situation in terms of being prime candidates. A lot of women waited until they was in a state of despair to call into Kevin Samuels and they complain, hey, why can't I find a man? But the fact is, if you've ever been to college, or if you've ever been to a higher education place, there's plenty of women there, right? And just like we can't, because again, black people get, especially black men, we get mad when people kind of stereotype us. Oh, they thugs, they this, they that, whatever the case may be. Fact is, not all black men are thugs. A lot of
Most
us
black
are.
men not. Most black men are not.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But not all black men are thugs, right? So again, we get to talking about college education in terms of a woman. Not all college educated women are masculine. There are a lot of women who are just intelligent, go there to get their degrees, but when they find the right man, they are more willing to submit to their program. I would know because I'm married to one, right? So again, it's not a situation where I'm kind of denouncing that it happens. I just feel that it's overrated and that number is inflated because of again these women that come and ask a Kevin Samuels questions. And again, salute to bro, RP to bro. That was my dog. We actually had a personal relationship. But you have to look at the caliber of women. There are plenty of women who are in college getting their degrees and all of that who will be more than willing to submit to a man's program. Fact is, you just have to find one and you'll be good. But, to kind of paint with a broad brush as, oh, woman college educated, she going to be masculine. She going to be hard to deal with. She going to be this, she going to be that. Fact is, women respect leadership. And a lot of niggas are not provide, a lot of men are not providing a solid enough resume, a solid enough example of leadership. But you want these women to just jump on the ship, jump on the program, follow what it is that you're doing. But again, when she looks at your resume, you ain't completed shit, right? I've never had an issue with a woman, college educated, making a lot of money, making no money. Never in my life had an issue with a woman willing to submit to my program, ever, ever. And even if there's a slight buck in the system, that's addressed immediately and is never done again, right? So I think if you are constantly having women who are trying to buck the system, these are college educated women and trying to, challenge your leadership and sit in the passenger seat and reach for the steering wheel, says more about you than it does her. Get your shit together, get your resume together, and you won't run into these issues. Fact is, a lot of you niggas don't, but would rather try to complain and dissuade these women from getting educated instead of stepping your shit up on your end, right? So that's my response to that. And again, I'm breathing and counting to 10. I'm not raising my voice like I used to. None of those things. But
If
that's
I
my
was in
response to
church,
that.
that would be a shout moment.
Listen, that was very good. That for sure. I say this I say this too as well. Like every dude is not. You said it earlier. Like I don't understand why a dude that's not put together feel like he's a leader. and feel like a woman should submit to him, but he has nothing to submit to.
Say
Right?
that again. Bring that back one more time.
Y'all preaching in here
One more
tonight.
time for the people in the back.
Well, I'm just saying, like a dude that doesn't have his stuff together, how can he call himself a leader? And how can he say he wants to be submitted to? Like, what is there to submit to if you're not a leader? If you don't have some type of plan, well, not some type of plan, you should have a plan of how we're going to get to wherever it is that you're trying to get to, and how can she fit into that plan, right? And so I talk to guys all the time that be saying like they can't find a woman or whatnot, and that may be true, right, to a degree. However, if you are not a leader, why would she submit to you? If you're coming from a biblical standpoint, then if you don't submit to God, how can you have her require her to submit to you? Right? It doesn't really make sense. Like either way, you don't deserve submission just because you're a man, right? I think they kind of categorize it as male versus man. Okay, so just because you're a male doesn't mean you should be submitted to. Right? A man takes care of his business. A man has a plan. A man has a plan of action and how to get to their goals as well. So I don't really know this dude, but I'm just saying it really bothers me that dudes be thinking that they should have a woman submit to them, and they don't have anything to submit to. So,
Well, I have a question. I'm sorry. Do you think men, like when they say a challenge, women challenge him all the time, but like in terms of educated women, do you think it's really about challenge or because they question? Because I think those are two different things. Like one thing that you do learn, like you were saying earlier, Trill, is that you go to college. It expounds your mind. It expounds the way that you think. It teaches you to question. Don't take things at face value. Just you learn all of those things. So do you think men are seeing that as a challenge as opposed to questioning? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning,
Yeah, I
especially
think
when you
that.
have clarity and understanding of something.
Yeah, again, I think that a lot of men are interpreting that wrong, right? They'll come on these panels and they'll say, yeah, my woman is supposed to provide counsel. Well, think about providing counsel, right? So a lot of time, the counsel that's provided, it's not going to necessarily be in line with what it is that you want to do, right? So when that's the case, do you villainize her for providing the counsel that you said that you look for in a woman, right? Raising the question and things of that nature. A lot of men just want to be. They want women to submit to them blindly. They want you to just do what I say because I'm a man. Like, fuck my resume, fuck what I haven't accomplished or what I haven't completed, or the fact that I got multiple kids out here, multiple baby mamas, and I'm halfway in their life and different shit like that, or the fact that I went out there and got my degree, but I have no social skills, so I can't talk to women and I don't necessarily know how to communicate. Fuck all that. I'm a man, right? And me being a man, you're just supposed to subscribe and you're supposed to jump on ship and just follow what it is that I say. So whenever you raise a question or anything like that, which again, what somebody that's counseling you should be doing, because we as men, even the ones that are accomplished, even the ones that are educated, even the ones that have the resume, we don't get it right all the time. Right, but that's why you have a solid woman in your corner to say, "Hey, baby, I know you know what I'm saying. I looked at the GPS. It looked like you want to turn left, but hey, I know a little shortcut. I was around here a couple weeks ago. You might want to go right. There's some construction going on over there, baby. I just want to throw it out there." And just her giving you that intel does not make her masculine, or does not make her not willing to submit to the program. She's just giving you a different side of it that you're not looking at. Your wife, and again, with girlfriends and things of that nature, that's a separate discussion. You're talking about wife supposed to be watching your six, right? But how can she watch your six if she's not supposed to have an opinion, or she's supposed to just blindly follow what you say? So, again, I think the issue in terms of what Mistaken is asking is that a lot of men interpret that the wrong way. A lot of women, especially if she's made it to the point to being wife, she's not questioning things to question things or to, knock you off the pedestal of leadership. She's questioning it because you ain't done a well enough job of explaining to her how this shit is gonna go, or showing her the GPS. And doesn't make you a beta, doesn't make you less masculine, because you're showing your partner that's watching your six the GPS of where we're going, right? But let a lot of these men in this space tell it that's exactly what that is. So I feel like that's where the issue comes in, that men think of women, a lot of men think of women as just possessions. You're just supposed to, like a utility. Supposed to serve a purpose whenever I need it. Sex, have my kids, stay out the way.
And to
That's
add
just not realistic.
But
And
again, why wouldn't they just date the women who are not? I mean, if there's so many women who aren't educated, why don't they just date those women?
But she wasn't asking about education, though. She was asking about the woman that's asking a question. Like a woman doesn't.
Right. Well, I associated that with educated women because that's what I hear a lot about is that educated women don't want to listen. They don't, it was a negative connotation with educated women and them not letting the man lead. And I think that was my point, in that I think sometimes there's a misunderstanding of women questioning to get a better understanding, or even just understand, okay, you're, or wanting to know your method or what have you. It's not even about whether or not she trusts you or not. Sometimes, like me, I know I'm an inquisitive person, so I'm going to ask the why, just because I want to know. That's how I learn. So some men may take that as me, not submitting, or that I'm challenging, and I'm not. I want to know, because if as a partner, when you have two heads operate better than one. So even sharing what you're intending to do, there may be some aspects of something. Oh, I just read about such and such. Did you think about this? That's why I want to know, because I'm going to ask questions, and sometimes it's questions that he may not have even thought about, and be like, oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that. You're right. Let me, do whatever. And so, but I think men take that as a woman challenging them. And I don't think that they should.
Well, it all depends on intent, right? Like if a woman is asking a question, what's her intent? Like, is she asking from a good place? Because what I mean by that is she asking from because she's bothered, she's upset, she doesn't like, how is she asking this question about where are we going? Like, you don't know where you're going? Like, what are we doing here? Like that type of confrontational question is different from, hey, can you explain to me? Like, I see on, like Trill gave the example, like I see on the GPS, this is where we're supposed to be going, but it looks like we're not on that path. Like, those are two different conversations. So just saying I asked the question doesn't mean that she asked it in an intent, with the intentionality to be productive, right? She could be questioning his leadership from a negative perspective. Mm-hmm. Now, if she's questioning his leadership from, like, we all have bosses. We all had bosses before. If we're asking them from a position of actually wanting to know so that I can better understand where we're going, then that's different than say, listen, bro, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's a totally different question. So I would say that it depends on it depends on the situation. But if we so like in my situation with my late wife Jen, like when I put a plan together and I said we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, she would ask me questions. She would say, well, I don't know about that. That doesn't really make sense to me. Can you explain that to me? Right. Even with the lady that I'm dating now, I gave her a plan. She's like, I don't know about that. What about this? Right. So it's about communication at the end of the day. And if you say it's two heads are better than one, that's true, but they got to be a leader.
And that's what.
Okay, yeah, so gonna move on to the next super chat. Mm-hmm. That was good though.
Go ahead, Lauren. I'm done.
Uncle Luke, 1980s. Most gentlemen don't care about their partner with a basket weaving degree and tons of college debt. Education is great if it's making money. One more time.
Hey, there's some baskets out there that are pretty expensive. Just so y'all know. I just text so y'all all on this basket weaving, but I just looked at basket weaving prices, man.
So let me went to Belize, them baskets were expensive. No, it was Charleston, South Carolina. Those baskets were expensive.
It's moving. It's a business. That's moving. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, because I keep on coming back to this point, because these questions make me come back to this. Is there a difference between take away the education part, but is there, like, for me, I can tell the difference between a way that a man moves when he's going to has an education. For a man, is there a difference in the way the woman moves when she's been educated?
Definitely. I think just in terms of the way, you mean just in terms of how she moved within the relationship is what you're talking
Period.
about? Definitely. I think when you educated, like you just more refined. You're more or less willing to act on impulse. You're less willing to be accurate. I mean, reckless. You think things through before you speak. You speak well. This is another reason why I like educated women. That's another conversation. But yeah, nah, you definitely move different. And again, like I said, because of the discipline that is showcased, in my opinion, you're gonna be more willing to yield to authority. But again, it has to be authority that you respect. Because if college tells you nothing else, is that you can't come in there and just do what the fuck you want to do. You might have been doing it in high school. Sure. When you get to college, nah, the discipline is going to be enforced or you ain't going to make it. Right. So I think if a woman is in that space, then she's gathering all of those traits. So again, once she runs into leadership, she's going to be way more willing to yield. But if she's not educated, and like I said, especially in a lot of the areas that we come from, a lot of women just fly off the handle. They talking crazy, like, terrible grammar, loud as hell, ignorant, all type of shit like that. And it's just like, yeah, that's not. So to answer the question, it's definitely a difference. There's more. There's a more. Woman that's educated is more refined.
So my question would be, if you had to choose between, because I'm hearing people say, she's going to school for a basket weaving, but you keep choosing these types of women because you feel like they're more refined. So you can't have it. It's do you want her to be unrefined, or do you want her like I just want to understand, like, why men just don't choose women. Why does it have to keep coming out of their mouth? Just like the women who want to be educated and don't fool, like, just don't date them. Date the other guy, the other ladies. It's so many more of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think men, as unhealthy as it is, they move a lot like women in that regard. And what I mean by that is it means more for me to humble a woman in college compared to me dealing with a woman that's uneducated. I could just puppet string her how I want to. So I think, man, again, it's not about choosing what I'm more compatible with. It's just about, again, you, especially on these panels, which is I'm assuming is what you're referring to. That's where you hear this a lot. It's like I said earlier, a woman that's college educated, she's not just gonna just accept explanations. No, where's the research? Where's the background? Where's the this, that, and the third? And the fact is, men don't like to be challenged. And even tying it back to a relationship perspective, in terms of what we were talking about earlier, I think men have an issue with being questioned because that exposes our most vulnerable spot. Like the most vulnerable spot for a man in a relationship, if we just gonna keep it real, or the most vulnerable scenario for a man in a relationship is our woman not believing in us or believing that we don't know what the hell we doing. That is the most vulnerable spot to be in, right? So when you questioning us, most men, again, and it takes a while to put things in its proper perspective. I'm speaking on personal experience now. When I was younger, I used to take that as, okay, you questioning me because you think I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and I do know what I'm doing. So I'm taking it as an indictment on me and what I'm not doing. But the older you get and the more you get familiar with your partner and what their intentions are, going back to what Humble Dad was saying, you begin to think, okay, she's not questioning me to work against me. She's questioning me to be on the same page, and not only be on the same page, but possibly aid me in getting there a bit faster. You know what I'm saying? But for most men, it takes a while to learn that. So, I hope I answered your question.
Now, if you did choose this man to marry, that means you think you believe in his leadership.
Sometimes.
No. Well, then that doesn't make any sense for you to marry a dude that you didn't think that he was.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just telling you that's not what's always happening.
That's not what did I just say though? I said if you marry a dude, you're saying that you trust his leadership.
No, I get what you're saying.
Oh, okay. I know.
I'm just telling you that that's not always the case.
I understand that, but I'm just saying when you get into a marriage, you say, "Well, I'm not going to follow his leadership." Then why did you marry him? Now, hopefully, dude didn't flip switch, which it could happen for sure. But you should have an idea of submissiveness way before you get into a marriage. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my take on that.
Okay, let's go with these super chat. Okay, so we've already done him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we do this one? Y'all know I can't see the super chats because I can't see.
I got you. Uncle Luke 1980s. Come on, Trill. That question was not even needed. Of course, they want a man who makes more than them. Hypergamy is programmed in them. Basic logic 101.
You're right, but a lot of women cap. That's why I said be honest. A lot of women will say, "Oh, no, the money don't matter. You know, as long as he's a
Capping.
good guy, integrity and
I
things of
wish I
that
had my
nature."
little straw
That's
cap.
what they say. Like,
My
come
little
on,
beach
man. Like,
cap.
Hey, when you ask them what type of man they want, it typically doesn't have money listed. From what I've seen, if they don't list money,
But
right?
they list all those traits that he just stated about the man who has money.
Well, don't you think if a man has all of those traits that the money would come?
No.
If he's ambitious, if those are the things that you look for, good character, ambitious, and you know those kind of things, I would think that you would apply that, and that can equate to money. I'm not saying it has to
What
be
is the amount that you're
six
referring
figures.
to? Because most people won't reach the $100,000 status. Most people won't.
Right. Most
What is
people
the amount
won't.
of
So
money that
we're
you're
still
referring to?
on the same page.
This is what
Like,
I'm saying. I think you should. Okay, money could be a thing, right? But you can also look at the dude. If he makes a lot of money, that don't mean he's financially wise, right? So I'm saying for me, I just give a personal example. I mean, my late wife, she was a stay-at-home mom, and for several years, I only made $70,000 a year. But I bought a house. I bought both my cars. My kids were in extracurricular activities. You know what I'm saying? And and whatever. There was nothing. We went on vacations. There was not a need that was in the house. But what about the guy that makes $120,000? How does he spend it?
so then we need to be saying financially responsible as one of those things too. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
but I mean, just monetization in itself is a skill set. So a lot of people don't like that. That's what we as a country. I mean, we as a culture go wrong, right? Like we be the most skilled motherfuckers in the world. You be scrolling Instagram and Twitter, like, damn, he funny as hell. Or, damn, that's a dope quote. Or damn, that's this, that's. And then what they do, they come in and see these skills and talents. Okay, I'm gonna copyright that. Okay, I'm gonna trademark that. Okay, because they have the skill set of monetization. So again, I just think of my neighborhood. Some of the dudes with the most integrity in the world. It's not rich. They're not making that much money. But they giving back to the community, and they at the youth centers and coaching the basketball teams and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't necessarily translate to money just by you having good intangibles. You have to have the skill set to monetize it. And that's something that we don't teach enough in the Black community.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Terrence, thank you so much. Is that a T-A or a T-O?
Torrance.
Belser.
My eyes are bad.
E, once again, can someone explain why the group of women on the low tier of most statistical categories demand the most?
Try. Goodbye, E. Go
Well,
sleep. It's night time.
Let's see.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. What are y'all opinion about that?
I would say, I mean, you got to shoot for the
So
stars.
what do you mean by demand the most? Maybe we need to ask E. Free of charge, E. Just put down what do you mean by demand the most. Maybe that's the
I know what he mean. He mean like y'all those type of women desire men that they don't qualify for. Let's be honest here. Like
the same reason men do the same thing. Everybody does that. It's just human nature. Both do it.
Nah. Women do that way more. I mean, women do that way more than men. I think men are way more grounded in what our realistic expectations are. That's why when people come up and they giving preferences and things of that nature, men are way less likely to be triggered by a woman coming up and saying, "I ain't dating."
But you said beauty standards was like the number one, right?
Number one for men, sure.
For men, attraction.
Right. But yeah, right. But it's an aspiration. It's an idea. Like a man of course, we want to aspire for the most attractive woman in the world. But if most men shoot at Beyonce and she curves him, he's going to be way more accepting of that, right? In comparison to a woman who shoots at Michael B. Oh, this motherfucker left my shit on red. But oh my God, he must hate his mama. He's a colorist. I must be too dark skinned or something. He
don't like his mama.
Right. It's always a reason behind it. To whereas men are just rationalize it as, what, Beyonce is a multi-million billionaire. attractive, one of the most attractive women in the world. I make 40,000. The likelihood of me getting her is just not high. I got to take that to the chin. You know what I'm
But you
saying?
know
Compared
what?
as women, it's different.
I saw a Jordan Peterson special he said that women are naturally pickier because they have the most to lose. As far as mating, kids, they take their kids into consideration. There are a lot of things that women take in consideration that men don't necessarily take in consideration.
What did he say they had to lose? What is it that they have to lose?
Well, I mean, you guys are the king, in which we'll go into our next question. But you guys are the kings and queens. Oh, well, you shouldn't have dated that Pookie and Ray Ray. Sometimes Pookie and Ray Ray is on their level.
Was them okay? Maybe I asked the wrong question. My bad. Did you answer my question?
What was?
I don't even remember. That's on me.
Your question was, so I was answering the question from the young man here, Mr.
Oh, okay, that's my fault. Okay, got it.
All right, hold on. All right, next question.
Mistaken. It's because the high value man doesn't typically want the high powered woman because all of that comes with it.
You know what? I tend to believe that people who when you say high value, are you talking about millionaires or just because I've had a conversation with a lot of men who we would consider to be high value, and I'm not talking about right at 100,000. I'm talking about well over 100,000. And they all just seem to want to women.
And you even said that you did like the research of like those top earning like CEOs, and they're married to educated women who some of them do have high powered careers as well. I find like a lot of times driven people are attracted to other driven people.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
What was your question, Lauren? Sorry.
Oh, no worries. My question was, why do we split hairs with these questions? Like, why can't we just answer them directly?
What do you mean?
Split hairs. I'm sorry. I didn't.
When someone asks a question, we'll find little pieces in there to pick apart and say, oh, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? Like, I feel like we know what they mean, but we just don't want to answer it. Is that it?
Well, me, if I ask a question from a question, it's because I don't know what you mean. I don't play games.
Okay.
We got time for that on a Friday night at 12 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Games.
90% of Black women make less than 75K. Stop.
I don't know. I mean, but do we judge women on money? I mean, as far as is that the woman's? Are we judging women based on?
I think that might have been about my comment about hypogamy, but again, like we were just saying, it's not only about finances. It can be about education. It could be about social class. All of those things.
Next question.
Harrison Davis, y'all know why I'm here. Salute. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. I prefer college educated women. I'm just saying it's not automatic they are pleasant. A lot of them are still difficult.
So my nigga have been arguing me all night for no reason. We agree, fam. It's all love, bro.
Much appreciated.
Well, can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all think it's just Black women are difficult, or women in general are difficult? Because I think sometimes y'all, right? I personally think women are difficult. I'm not saying that Black women don't have certain attributes and things that are, but I think sometimes what happens is men mix up what Black women do versus what women do. We just got some stuff that just women do, but it's not just like, oh, all Black women. It's not. It's all women. It doesn't matter which woman you go to, what culture you go. It's just going to be some attributes that you're going to see that's going to be consistent across the board because we're women.
That's true.
So women as a whole got to do better. Go ahead, Shante.
Y'all just got to understand us.
Yes. All right. So our next question is, what did he get? It's another super chat. Let me just do this real fast. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and do it over on it.
Western women in general are difficult. Black more. Uncle Luke, 1980s.
Okay. Sure. I don't know. Never dated a black woman. But listen, so just gotta take your word for it.
Really.
No, but you're right, because I do see some difficult mothers in my field. So I can only believe that if they're that difficult coming into my, when they approach me, that they're hella difficult at home. Okay, I get it. Okay. So our next question, that's just my baby daddy or mama. And I'm actually the only baby mama on the panel. So why do you think single parent, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I did see this on your show, Trill. I'm not gonna, I wish I had a clip, but I waited so late to come up with this topic. And I just wanted to piggyback off of it because I thought it was such a great topic and I wanted to discuss it here. So again, if you haven't seen Cruise Season, I think it was Wednesday's episode. Wasn't that Wednesday? Make sure you do so, because I like to give credit, But why do you think single parenthood is so accepted in our community?
Same reason mediocrity is so accepted in our community. Goes back to that deficit conversation we were speaking about earlier. Like we are like we are so accepting of mediocrity that is ridiculous. Even again, the college degree situation that we didn't discuss. All of this shit ties back to everything that we did discuss tonight. Like we don't push ourselves, to go out there and accomplish more. There's no standard. There's no standard. There's no structure in most black homes, right? So we are leaving young people to kind of to their own vices. The mom was in a dysfunctional relationship, so she's not necessarily pushing her daughter to go be in a productive one or progressive one or laying standards down like, hey, this is how we move or whatever. So when you don't get that tutelage at home, going back to what Tam was saying earlier, then you left to go find out the hard way in the streets, and you left to go out there and make mistakes that you are less likely to make. And I can't say you won't make, because again, people are going to do what they want to do at the end of the day, right? But you're less likely to make those mistakes if you have that, you're getting solid advice at home for one, and you have a solid example at home too, to kind of emulate when you go out here in the real world. And fact is, most of us just do not. Most of us are in broken homes, or even if both parents are in the household, they arguing every day, type shit like that, right? So when we leave the household, we thinking toxicity is normal. So me having this kid out of wedlock, compared to if in other cultures, you may get disowned for that, you may get cut off for that. In our culture, we know that our mama's gonna be accepting. Yeah, come on in, bring the baby with you. Matter of fact, bring the boy with you. He can come on in and live with us too.
Because you don't kill no babies in the black community. You better not kill that baby.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So what that does is that enables dysfunction, because again, we are so accepting of mediocrity instead of setting a standard like, hey, it's consequences if you go out here and go against the tutelage that I'm giving you. In our community, there is no consequences. Our kid can go out there and be a criminal, be selling drugs, robbing people, gang member, all type of shit. Police come to the door, mama gonna lie for him. Yeah, my baby was here all night. He wasn't doing nothing. Nah, my baby is whatever. My church going, deacon, junior deacon, all type of just bullshit. So, again, we see that as protecting our kids, but we are enabling them to make bad decisions. Going back to the scenario I gave earlier, I literally, you said that, I thought of a family, right? The daughter was like 19, went out there and had a kid by a man out of wedlock. He didn't have a job. He didn't have nothing going for herself. Not only did she face no repercussions for that, but the mama let her move into the crib, let the baby move into the crib, and let him move into the crib. And he didn't even have a damn job. So that's why.
Moms are enablers.
I also think,
but I think that's important to have a man in the house. You have to have a man in the house to not, balance that out. But go ahead, Ms. Aiken.
I was just going to say, I also think because marriage is no longer seen as a prerequisite to parenting, so single parenthood has become much more normalized in our community. So we expect the baby before the marriage, which is just crazy when you say it out loud. It's just crazy. And that's not to say, again, like you in this situation, I didn't do it the right way either. But I think I don't know if it's different. I guess I can't speak for majority, but just in what I've seen, I remember when I got pregnant, I was so scared to even say anything because I knew it went against what I was taught. Like I didn't even want to like say anything to my mom, like because my upbringing taught me differently and I went against what I was taught. Whereas I think now that that's not necessarily the case. Is kind of like what Trill was saying. Oh, come on in the house and bring like even after we had our son, I had moved back home with my mom and he was staying, with his mother at that point, and he would come up to come see the baby. And my mom would not let him spend the night. Like, and he was on the train, like he was catching the train from the city coming up, further upstate. And it was like, and I'm like, Mom, but like, I mean, we already had the baby. You knew what we were doing. I'll respect your house. We wouldn't, but it's not cool, for him to have to go all the way back. And but she wasn't having it. So even though the mistake was made, it was like, I'm not going to condone it by even allowing, him to stay here. So I think we have lost some of those aspects of parenting, like parenting through a mistake. We don't have we have a lack of that now.
Gotcha.
I wanted to touch base too, piggyback off of what you said. We're having babies without the marriage. So, and a lot of times these baby showers are just as lavish as weddings. So we keep celebrating this behavior, and it's like, when is it gonna stop? So
I agree.
Yeah.
So what do you got? Oh, anybody wants one? I have a follow-up question.
Well, you know what I found out too? That there's actually a holiday for single parents. It's on March 1st. I never heard. I was just doing some research just about,
Don't tell us that. I don't even want people to know.
I kid you not. It's called National Single Parent Day.
Oh goodness!
And it's March 21st, and this had started back. I can't remember which president. I want to say it was Reagan. Just to kind of shed light on how much single parents contribute and how hard that job is, and they're doing a good job or whatever. So he kind of wanted to do it in a way to highlight it. But just thinking about that now, I was just like, whoa! I had no idea that there was a National Single Parent Day.
It's single parents, not single mom. It's single parents day.
Single parent. It could be mom or dad. The fact that
a woman, a single mom, made that shit up.
Go ahead. I don't want to get this off subject, but go ahead.
When you mentioned that mistaken that Reagan, I guess, established this, that's so ironic because didn't he start Reaganomics and wasn't he a part? Like, isn't what he did, didn't that make more of the households become single? And so now he's doubling, whatever.
What he wanted to praise is his job, what he did, what he had
going. But that was to go with what you were saying about single parenthood getting passed. It has become a point that it has been normalized. It's not just a situation where, before, you would hide out, you would send the daughter away, she would come back and, the baby's not there. It is no longer that. It's more along the lines of, it happened across the country, but for us it's exponentially more. But yeah, it's just become normalized.
You know what else too is that even after the fact, right? Like as the parents, let's say the daughter go out here and have a kid out of wedlock, whatever the case may be, right? Or the son, because we ain't gonna just tie this to single mothers. There's dudes out here going out doing the same thing, right? So I done literally seen situations to where that'll happen, right, early on, and not only does is the mediocrity accepted, but it's enabled on the back end. And what I mean by that is the daughter done had the kid, and you're not even forcing her to raise him. Like the daughter is able to drop the kid at your crib and go just live her regular life. She at the club every week. She's showing up to happy hour still like nothing happened. She at the mall spending a bunch of money, all type of shit. Like she's able to just go live her life. Why? Because Big Mama gonna watch, little JJ or whatever the case may be. So it's not enough that there aren't consequences tied to the decision, but we enable it on the back end.
That's
So
true.
it's like, why would you aspire for anything else? If you know whatever mistake I make, Big Mama gonna clean it up for me, or my parents gonna clean it up for me.
That's true. That's very, very true. Remember back in the day when you got pregnant? I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, not necessarily my generation, but the generation before us, you were shipped to another state to have a kid, and then you came back and it was your sibling.
They act like nothing ever happened.
They play like, listen.
That's because of the shame. They were shamed and embarrassed.
But let me ask you a question. I think I'm a baby mama. I'll say I did it wrong. I'm okay. Look, I'll call out anybody, including myself. Okay, I have no shame in that. I take accountability. But I'm gonna go back to what I preach every time, every single time. Why don't we ever preach just keep your legs closed?
It's not realistic.
Let me tell you this. It's so realistic. It is so realistic. People just don't want to do it. It's realistic. You can do it. You have people who are virgins. They do it. It's other people who do it. It's realistic.
Look here, Sam. People preach fitness all day long. I know Lauren do
I work out every day.
a lot of working out.
Day.
You know what I'm saying? People preach fitness. People preach eating right and all that every day on all platforms everywhere. That type of behavior is encouraged. But how many people actually follow through consistently?
Listen. So my question is,
if it feels good, you keep doing it. Even though eating healthy is gonna be a sacrifice. So you keep eating bad. Because it feels good.
I was gonna say
you go to the grocery store and you get all the healthy stuff because you like, I'm gonna start on Monday.
Yeah.
And then
let me hurry up and eat these cookies real quick before I start.
After you done left the grocery store.
Look, you sex fiends, you calm down, simmer down. Listen, so
sex fiends.
Look. What? I mean, they just like, you gotta have it. It's like food.
It is.
I mean, when you're with the right person, sure. You know,
once you have it.
Listen, but too much food is not good. Just like too much of, when you're sitting here sexing a man who's not marrying you, it's just as bad too. Like, what does that lead you? It's a bad outcome. And so, if we're sitting here saying that, it's bad because I think we can all collectively agree that it's bad for women to have kids out of wedlock. The only way to stop kids from being born out of wedlock is to take away what they're doing, and it's the sex it's the sex. Because let me tell you one thing about sex. Men aren't marrying you. So you're not getting what you're looking for through the sex.
Getting exercise.
So you're not, so men are not marrying you. Why would they when they get the cow free? You understand? Mm-hmm. Why would they? You're giving them everything without having to marry you. So that's one issue. And then you having sex with the same person over and over again, you're increasing your chance of being pregnant. Oh, so you're going to rely on abortion. Okay.
So you can rely on safe sex, but continue.
No. So what is safe sex? Okay, let's talk about safe sex. What does safe sex look like?
But if you already know
because I want to see how safe sex. Listen, I want to talk about how safe sex is. Unless you're talking about a condom, let's talk about how safe sex is.
Well, why are you having sex with somebody that you haven't vetted properly if they want to get married or want to marry you anyway? So then why would you even go further to have unprotected sex to then get pregnant and have a baby?
So my question is, so you're saying, because we've had a conversation before and it said, okay, once he's not used a condom, then so to vet means that it's going to lead to something. And there's only 2 people who've been married on the platform. So undoubtedly we're not vetting correctly. And I'm pretty sure anybody who's going into a relationship that has sex with a man thinks that at one day he may be the guy of their dreams, blah, 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 blah. But unfortunately, that has not worked out for us.
But have you talked about marriage though? Or are you just dating and having sex and the marriage topic hasn't even come up? That's what I'm saying.
So listen. So I talk about sex. We're talking about a general public.
Well, we're not talking about each other in
okay. So what I'm saying, and I understand completely what you are saying, but what I'm looking at is the overall statistics of the thing. 48% of Black men will marry. 48%. That's not even half. Okay, because you're out here giving out the twat. They don't have to. I personally feel like I don't care. I don't feel like you should be getting anything. You can use this free of charge. If you don't have a wife, you don't have a wife. Why are you giving your body up to a man who he doesn't even see you to be his wife?
But see, that right there is the problem more so than the sex. Like if I had to give a solution, realistic solution, right? Because we can sit up here and say, yeah, abstinence. That's the answer, right? But it's gonna go in one ear.
So what's the
and it's gonna go out the
solution?
other. But the solution is this, right? Improving your intuition. And what I mean by that is that a lot of women, just like you said, how you having sex with this man constantly, and it's just not going nowhere. You ain't no talks of it going nowhere. He ain't showing no consistency, no nothing. But you consistently giving that ass to him, despite him not showing consistency on the back end.
5 years, 6
right.
years, 8 years, 10
right.
years.
So again, what I mean is this, right? We have to practice intuition. How realistic is it that this man is going to take me serious as a wife, or this man is going to actually marry me? Like, what steps is he showing me that this is going to happen, right? So if you're not seeing consistency, and let's just be honest here, a lot of the men that women have sex with outside of a relationship, he wasn't consistent from the door. This is because he's a highly desired man. He's handsome, probably talking to other women, all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Which is why he's not committing to you, but that doesn't stop y'all from giving him the sex consistently, despite the fact that he's showing no type of step or no type of, I'm at a loss for words, but no type of, initiative in terms of being in a serious relationship with you. So I think that more so needs to be taught more so than the sex, because the sex, I mean, let's just be honest here. You can make a man wait as long as you want to, but like I say all the time, men have Marine sniper patience when it comes to getting that ass. So if that's what I'm there to do, after I get that ass, you made me wait 2 years. Sure, cool. Because the whole 2 years, I'm going to be messing with other chicks while I'm talking to you. And that's perfectly fine, right? But when I get that ass, if that was my intention, I'm gone, right? So what good is waiting really mean, right? But goes back to what I said about intuition, right? Because during these 2 years, you know what I'm not going to be? Consistent. I'm not going to be texting you consistently. I'm not going to be calling you consistently. I'm not going to give a damn about anything regarding you that I don't directly benefit from. These are things that we need to teach our women to kind of catch early. And if they catch that early, they'll waste a lot less time. You won't be in a situation for 5 years having sex with a man who has shown no type of initiative to marry you. That's the problem.
But Trill, would you not agree if the rates are so low at marriage, that's most men right now? Just looking at stats, something's not working.
Yeah.
So if you're saying let's fix the out of wedlock, we got to get more marriages. So how do we do that?
How do we
be an uncomfortable situation to fix the situation?
Well, that's going to be hard too, because you have cohabitating situations that are on a rise as well. So that goes along with your point. It's going to be difficult to do that when you have an alternative. You know what I'm saying? So you have an alternative lifestyle, and that brings you some of the same benefits of a marriage without necessarily taking the leap. So you're in that in between. And some men, especially, I believe, are the most comfortable in that position. I think women want to get married, but they're willing at sometimes to put that on the back burner to just be in the relationship without necessarily, holding foot to the fire. Like I said, I will always say, I can talk about this from a perspective of learning after the fact. So my goal is for the next person hearing my story not to make the same mistakes that I did. Mine happened to work out, and I married my baby's father. Well, my husband, he's not my baby father anymore, but I did it backwards, and it didn't necessarily. The odds were against me that it was going to work out that way. But with that being said, one of the things that I knew I was strong about, just because of my upbringing, was that marriage was a non-negotiable for me.
Yeah.
And I had that conversation with him early on. Like, I wasn't pressing him to get married or anything like that, because we were young. But one of the things that I did say was, I do plan on being married one day. Either that's going to be with you or somebody else, but I am going to get married. I never mentioned anything about marriage to him again after that one conversation. That was my standard. And we ended up getting married. It worked out. But I think as women, we need to have certain standards. I mean, like Trill, I agree. We're going to have sex. Once you let the cat out the bag, it's hard to put it back in,
Put that
right?
kitty up.
Yeah, it's hard, especially if it's
running that kitty
really well. It's hard to put it back.
Kitty have a break. Clean that kitty.
No. So in knowing that, if your goal is to lead to the altar, then you have to have some other standards in place if you know you're going to be having sex.
So again, if we're talking about single parenthood, because when specs come out, they don't care that you are living together. All they go is say she had a child out of wedlock. Okay. So whether you cohabitate, whatever you say you want to do, if you're going to complain about the wedlock stats, we're talking about, are we only seeing only 48% of Black men should be having kids right now? Is that what we're saying?
What we're saying is that the entryway to us getting consistent sex is too low. That's what Miss Taken is saying. Just in turn, even with the cohabiting situation, there's nothing wrong with that. I agree with living with somebody before you get married. But the when is important here, right? Are we engaged when we living together? Or are we just moving in because, hey, man, money a little tight. It'll be a little more convenient for us to move in together. Let's just, move in to save money. And then 5 years later, again, it ain't been no talks or no marriage, and ain't been no talks or nothing serious, and we just living together, having sex consistently. Sure, in those situations, man, gonna be way less likely to marry you. Why? Because I'm getting consistent benefits from you without even having the conversation about marriage. And that's what happens most of the time, which leads to kids out of wedlock. Because let's just be honest here. Most kids are not coming on earth from just a one-off of sex. That's not how that works. Now, it does happen, sure, but that's not how that works. What happens is that you consistently having sex with this person over and over and over and over, unprotected, and more times than not, with not even a conversation of commitment. And then it happens that way, right? But which is why I say sex is gonna happen, sure. But practice safe sex. We ain't saying hit people raw, none of that. But what I'm saying is this: the consistency in which he's getting benefits from you without a requirement or without any boundary set is more so the problem than the sex itself. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll take that. Listen here, honey. You say close them legs, that chat go fire, baby. No, close your legs. We gotta have it. But they be the main one saying marriage doesn't benefit a man. What's the point of getting married? I'm not getting married. Like, you can't have it both ways. It's either you don't want to get married and then the wedlock because you still having sex, you want to have kids, but you don't feel like marriage is beneficial. So the wedlock rates are gonna go, kids out of wedlock rates are gonna go up. You can't have it both ways. So we gotta figure it out. Does that make sense? Questions? That's why I ask my students questions. I don't know. Yeah, I'm 10. Anybody else want to add, Look, and I have kids. Listen, I am not an angel in this matter. I'm the only single mom on this panel, but I want y'all to do better than me. I want better for you, Now,
Shantae, so just so I'm clear, you are advising abstinence. That's what I'm hearing?
Well, yes.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. I just wanted to
Because I look at my situation. So when I take it to my situation, I'm not a medicine person. Even if I have a headache, I don't take ibuprofen. You know, I'll just wait it out. I'll do it more of natural because I feel like what you put in your body makes a big deal. So if you're popping a pill every single day, something that actually designed to kill something or designed to stop a natural occurrence in your body, that can't be healthy. And that's every single day. So in my head, that just that doesn't work for me. And I'm pretty sure there are people out here, the whole health craze, it doesn't work for a lot of people. So the only way is to make him put on a condom. Let's just be honest. They're just not doing that, So I was just trying to come up with another solution. And that way we can just take out that whole situation about men getting it, too fast because they won't be getting it at all without a wife.
His ghetto asked a question. I just want to answer it. He said, did my husband see it as a non-negotiable for him if we were living together and being intimate and having children, or did he marry, or did he marry me despite that because y'all were a great match? I have to be honest. My husband, at the time when we met, he was a 5%er. And that their thing was, I don't need to be married. Like if I say that you my woman, right? And I wasn't okay with that. But so that was what he said, and my response was, I plan on being married one day. That's fine, if that's what you believe, but it's going to be with you or either somebody else. And he made the decision that he did not want to lose me. I was worth it. And so he married me, but anybody asks him, he's like, oh, I got married because of her. But it's true. I'm not offended by it by no means. But that was my standard, and he felt that I wasn't worth losing. And so he stepped up.
Thing is, that's why most men get married. If we're gonna keep it real, men don't grow up aspiring to be a husband. That's just not how that works. Men grow up aspiring for legacy, sure, aspiring to make money, aspiring to be desired, sure. But in terms of being a husband, not so much. More times than not, we'll run into a woman, and again, it all starts off as sex. Let's just be honest here. We all grown,
It did.
but but if we get to spending enough time around you and understanding the fact that, hey, she's here building me, like, damn, she's making me a better man. She got me trying shit that I ain't never even tried, or thinking about things that I never even thought about. You know what I'm saying? Because men are, we real simple in terms of what it is that we want, but women bring that variety. Women bring that uncomfortable scenario. Hey, babe, let's go skydiving, or let's go zip lining, or let's go. And you like, what is it you never even thought of? Oh, we in the hood playing Madden and eating Wingstop. You talking about going zip line? I never heard of that. But okay, let me go try it. And I go try it, and you enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? So again, great women have a way of just opening your eyes to things that you never even considered. Marriage being one of them, but oftentimes it takes that boundary to be set. Men need that kick in the ass. That's just what it is. Because if not, we just gonna ride the ride. As long as we can, get all the benefits. Why push the coin in terms of getting married? It's gonna cost us a lot of money. We stand to lose a lot if it goes bad. All of those things. So men are not motivated to be married, but oftentimes it comes in a situation like Miss Taken just gave. It's like, okay, she done set this boundary, and it's like, well, damn. She not playing. And again, your woman, when she just talking to talk, or if she's like, okay, this is getting to a point to where marriage either got to happen or I'm about to start thinking about doing something different. And as a man, you don't want to lose that, because you know how hard it is to find great women out here, more times than not, because you done had a lot of, unhealthy experience with women. But that's another conversation. But hearing that makes us step our shit up. And it's like, okay, I wasn't necessarily opposed to marriage before, but now I gotta make it more of a priority, because I don't want to lose this woman and what she brings. And if I lose her, it's gonna be a big ass void in my life that I'm not gonna just be easily able to just fill. So now we got to do what we got to do. And then after we get married, we tend to, we learn more about marriage. We learn more about the benefits from it. And then you have a concept hit you of like, wait a minute, we actually building something here. So now, not only am I just, in these handcuffs, right? But I'm striving to like build my family. Like we are a unit. Like my last name means something. So I want to make sure that, my wife is in the best of everything. My kids is in the best of everything. So just like I was striving to do as a single man, I want to strive to get that dope ass car. I want to strive to get that house. I want to strive. Now you have different things that you're striving for, but it's tied to family. You know what I'm saying? So it's like after the marriage is when a man tends to understand, okay, the importance of it. But, oftentimes it takes that boundary that mistaken set for us to even get our mind going in that direction. So she's right.
I wish there were more men, who were married to get together and have conversation and to talk about the benefits of being married. Because every man that I know who's been married, even the ones who have divorced, they always want to get married again. It's not like it's always the single guys who have like all these things against, being married. So I just think that.
Yeah, life is more simple. Married, it's just more simple. Again, men value routine. I've said that before, but especially when you have a quality woman in your corner, like I said, that's watching your six, that's making sure that you stand on your job, stand on your task, and it's not necessarily her holding you accountable, but because we in this scenario, and I know that her livelihood is tied to me, my child's livelihood is tied to me, I can't slip. I can't take a day off. I can't be complacent. I can't, I'll just get around to it. Nah, that they give you that, renewed fire, that sense of, okay, I got to go out here and solidify this shit. You know what I'm saying? So not only my current family can be good, but the generations after me can be good. So they give you a sense of purpose in that aspect. And oftentimes it take a man to be married for, decent amount of time before it actually hits us what it is that we're doing it for. So you're right. And I believe that a lot of like successful men just don't speak on it. And women in successful marriages don't necessarily speak on it. And that's the issue.
Because they're too busy at home enjoying their lives. They're not complaining.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, in the beginning of, I can say, even though he initially didn't, like, let's say, believe in getting married, I could say that he was much more marriage oriented than I was in the beginning. I knew, like, just because I grew up, my parents were married, their parents were married, we had a legacy of marriage. In my mind, that's what you're supposed to do. So for me, it was knowing that I'm supposed to get married, but not necessarily knowing how to, I guess, stay married or the work that it takes to go into a marriage and be a wife and things like that. So there were a lot of hiccups, especially I'll say on my end along the way. But what I can appreciate and love is the fact that he loved me despite my shortcomings. And so in turn, that just made me appreciate him even more. I thought I was the prize, I'm the prize. But at the end of the day, I really know that I got to give because I, like you were saying earlier, actually Lauren said that women love conditionally. And I think that's what made me love him more, is because of the unconditional love that he showed me. It taught me how to love him even better, even through my hiccups and trying to figure life out at the same time, that kind of stuff. And I think it's those things. That's why, like, when people talk about money, and I'm not saying that that's not important. You need money in a family, raising a family and things like that. But to me, it was one of the least things that I even focused on, because he was giving me for me, mine is that unconditional love. And I know where that comes from, in terms of it, my childhood. So that was something that I needed, and he was able to fill that for me. So anything else, it just really didn't matter, because that was my number one need, and he was able to fulfill that for me. So, and the fact that, like I said,
Yeah.
I wasn't okay. I wasn't the best, like doing all of the wifely stuff that y'all talk about in a manosphere. But for him, it was good enough. You know what I'm saying? And it made me want to do better.
I love y'all's story, but it's not going to change our wedlock issue. The question is, How do we? So what's the solution? I understand what Trill said, and I agree. Raise the standard. Maybe only have sex with a man who is showing that he's showing you that he's intentional. But the problem with that, Trill, because you also said that a man will wait 2 years just to get what he wants. And then play you on the back end.
But that's your fault if he does, because he also said within that the man is not going to be consistent. He's going to be showing you things that you know he's not serious, that he's just waiting to get the cat. So if at that point you give it to him, that actually really falls all on you. That has nothing to do with him at that point. Nothing.
Gotcha. Any other advice? So that's y'all's answer to the parenthood, single parenthood. That's
wear protection.
And wear protection.
You're not going to stop this. I'm going to be honest.
So
You're
like,
not going to stop this.
Sometimes you gotta fit. Let me stop. That's graphic. Okay.
You're not going to stop the sex. The sex isn't going to stop.
You
All
gotta do
what
a
you're saying
checkup.
is right. Is idealistic.
You gotta do a checkup.
It's idealistic, but realistically, the sex
It's
part
not
ain't going to stop.
It's got what?
It's not happening.
It's not.
You know, so you know, I understand why
Especially if it's
men,
good.
I understand why men won't stop, but we talk about over sexualization of women. But I just thought that women we're supposed to say no. You know, you can't get it. Try again. No.
What comedian say that? There's some comedian.
Women want what they want. They be all talk, and they want it just as bad as we do. But they just, you know, again, they just gotta up their standard in terms of who they give it into consistently. Because this is another thing, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Now, there are certain one-offs sometimes that just gotta happen, right? The moment calls for it, and you may just fall for that situation. And it may be a dope experience. You may learn a lot from it, you know, whatever. But you and them both know, hey, man, this shit ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? But y'all got that understanding of it. But like I said earlier, man, it's all about consistency, man. Do not give a man consistent benefits when he's showing you inconsistency as far as effort. If women could learn how to do that, they'll be a lot better off, bro. But until they do, you know what I'm saying? Because women are under the assumption that I can great woman this man into committing to me, or I can amazing sex this man into committing to me. And that's going to leave your ass with kids out of wedlock, going back to the topic that Shannon's talking about, right? Because you're going to keep having sex with them. And eventually, right. And eventually it may start off with condoms. It may start off pulling out. But, you know, after that 30th time, 36th time, y'all got a little bit of that tequila and you got a little bit of that Henny in you.
The tequila does do it.
You know what I mean? Exactly. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, it's all about the consistency, bro. Like, you know, stop giving niggas consistent benefits that ain't giving you consistent effort. That's just what it boils down to.
So I have a question, Trill. Y'all hate my questions, but I've got a question. So I understand what you're saying, but does that not increase your body count? Because if you're saying give it to the guy, but then if he shows that he's starting to lack, he's not doing anything, and then you stop dating him, and then you go do it to the next guy, the same thing happens, and then you do it to another guy, the same thing happens.
That's you.
You gotta have some self-reflection.
That's you.
No, actually, that's not me because I don't do that.
No, I mean, an example that you're given, because the common denominator in each one of those situations is that woman.
Yes. So my question is. So I'm the reason why I state this because I'm looking at the stats in the low marriage rate. So it's more than just a you; it's a lot of yous.
Correct. That's what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying. Yeah, it's too many women giving benefits without having standards. So of course the rate your women are not making marriage a standard for them anymore. They're just not. Because if you did, then there would be more marriages. But what they are doing is saying, I'm willing to take something that's kind of like marriage. And so that's what they're getting. That's what they're getting. So the standards have to change for women, period. I do think in that regard, that's where women have more of the power, when we're talking about power.
I think the women have more power before sex than after the sex.
But the thing is,
unless he's the one.
If you keep finding yourself in that same situation and you got the nerve to be worried about body count, you should be having some self-reflection.
But I would say, listen. But I would argue that most women, if you are 40, and I'm including myself, but I do the opposite. If you're a certain age and you're still not married, then you're the person you're talking about.
But this is my thing. Even if you find yourself 25 in that position, where's the self-reflection? The self-reflection needs to happen no matter what age it is. Yes, it looks worse on an older woman, absolutely. But it looks just as bad on that 25-year-old that keeps going from person to person. And you wondering like, oh, it's them that they keep doing this to me. No, sweetheart, it's you. Look in the mirror. It's you.
Okay, I don't think you guys are understanding where I'm coming from.
Maybe
I feel like
we definitely understand where you're coming from.
Maybe I'm not saying it right. Listen to what I'm saying. I'll use myself, even though I'm the opposite. I just don't give it. I don't give my poop out freely. Okay, it's kind of. But on the opposite end, I'm not the norm. I'm not the norm, and when I see women, okay. So what I'm saying to you is, if you are 45 or 46 and you've been giving your cooch out to every man you think you want to date, and you're still not married, the cooch is not working.
And that's not working at 25 either.
Well, I'm not saying that. I get that. But what I'm saying to you is, I would assume that at 40-something, you would have had more male mates than a 25-year-old. Not to say all the time, because these 25-year-olds. But you've had more time to try to get it right.
But like, are you using that time to actively try to get it right? And I feel like that's what the issue is, right? Just going back to what Tam said, if you keep running into the, and again, we're not talking about, we're talking about just in general, right? And I would tie it to, let's use an analogy, right? Like if I constantly leave cabinets open in my kitchen, I go in there and I hit my head every day. I go in that cabinet, damn, I forgot to leave the cabinet. Bam, hit my head again while I'm coming out the refrigerator. I'm taking something out damn. If I'm still hitting my head 5 years later on the same cabinet, it's not the cabinet's fault. It's me. I need to make changes to what it is that I'm doing. So it's the intuition that needs to change. So if you are constantly running into men and you cannot decipher how serious this man is going to take you at 40-something years old or at 30-something years old with all of these different men, that's a you problem. It's not an them problem.
Okay.
Also, it's a cultural thing.
I don't think you guys are understanding.
Wait, hold on, Lauren, go ahead.
I was gonna say also, it's like to your point, Shantae, to your original question, it's the reason why single parent homes and low marriage rates and high divorce rates are a thing is because it's just culture. Like that's literally our culture. And so because we're in this Peachtree dish and we're experiencing all of these things, it's not abnormal to see a woman have X amount of kids and she's doing it by herself. It's not abnormal. So how do we find a solution to that problem? We have to first ask the question, like, what value with these people that are not having that are not getting married, but they're having children out of wedlock? What value do you see in marriage? Do you see value in marriage? And most times they don't. Most times either they don't see value in marriage because they don't have those examples, or because they had those examples, but they're looking at it from a way of like, I want a baby, but I don't want to deal with you for the rest of my life. Not in that capacity where we're next to each other, we're doing this. Because if you don't see the value in marriage, you're not going to look to this person that could actually help elevate you, because you're both going to elevate each other. But if you don't see the value in it, you look at it like, oh, I can get this, and that's that. And when I mentioned before about how women have conditional love to men, the number one condition that women have towards men, it's not the money stuff, it's not the provision stuff, it's the ability for him to give her a baby. Because once she has a baby, she's cool. Like she focuses on that baby, the husband or the boyfriend or whatever, he's over there. He could be a good guy, and I'm not blaming women. I'm just simply saying that we won't be able to change this dynamic because it's just culture. We're not, like Trill said, we're not frowning upon people having babies out of wedlock. We're not pulling people to the side and saying, hey, what are you doing? This is not how we do this. We don't have that type of conversation. Not to mention, even with men, we don't even have a rites of passage for the men in our communities. So a lot of them are not even looking at the woman and saying, if I get with this woman, I'm gonna hold my responsibility down. Half the time, it's just like, this is just something for me to do because I'm bored, you know? And I know that sounds really bad, but that's kind of the mentality. I'm gonna just go lay up with this person. Whatever happens, happens. On some instances, you know, maybe Planned Parenthood is on speed dial. On other instances, let's just get it. Let's just do this and let's figure out how we want to go from here. Because really, at the end of the day, you know what? I want to say this as a contradiction to what I just said. I don't feel like women go into these relationships or these dynamics with these men and don't consider the fact that they could have babies. I don't think they go into it and think like, oh yeah, I won't get pregnant. I think we as women were fully aware that that will happen. I think we don't really care until it does happen, and we're hoping that we're looking at the guy like, okay, we did this. Are you gonna stay? And like Troy was saying, the man is not gonna stay. He wasn't there for that purpose. He wasn't picking you up for the purpose of you being his everything. He was just there for whatever he could get from you. And you know, and unfortunately, that's how it is. But back to the original question, what is the solution? Woo. So marriage is made of single people, right? And the single people are men and women. But beyond all of that, we go back to the community. We have marriages. Marriages have families, and in those families, those break into communities and nations and things of that nature. You want to fix what's happening, the wedlock pandemic or whatever it is. I don't think being abstinent will fix it because people are going to find a way to do what they got to do.
Well, let me ask you a question. Remember, because okay, go ahead. I want you to finish because I want you to lose
your yeah. So just wrapping that up is more or less we have to set a community and a culture where there's a standard. We don't have a standard, so now it's a free for all. You can do whatever you want to do, and because you're doing whatever you want to do, nobody's checking you on it. So now everyone's looking like, well, shoot, I can do that too. We're not seeing the repercussions of it, the problems of it. Half the time, people are just like, well, it is what it is. You know, we're looking at our bodies like, well, because I'm able and willing, I'm gonna just do it. But that's having a baby is not a matter of ability. Not in the sense of if you can have a baby, because that does play a role in it. But having a child is also being mindful of. I don't have children, but from my opinion, I perceive this. Having a child is more about how well can you be as an individual to that child? How well can you cultivate that child to become a mature, you know, upstanding, high moral character individual? And we're not having those conversations. Why? No shade, but because we're stuck at the dating phase, we're at the table. How much money did you make? That tells me nothing about how good of a father you can be. And we're not asking these questions. This man can say whatever he wants. Oh, I make 80K, whatever. I drive a nice car, this, that, and the fourth. The woman is like, that's my standard? Okay, cool, let's do this. We don't have good standards in place to be able to say we need to stop doing this and doing that because we just allow whatever. It's a free-for-all. Go ahead.
You know, to take it even further, we don't even have good enough reasoning to bring the kids into the world. And this is not to bash women, you know, again, but at the end of the day, I've literally heard women say, or they'll be dealing with a man who ain't shit. Again, the same inconsistent man I was talking about earlier. And now that she done got pregnant, and it's like, well, nah, you know, I'm gonna have a baby because, you know, the doctor told me that I wasn't gonna be able to have no kids. Or, you know, this is, you know, I don't believe in getting rid of it, or I don't believe in, well, cool. If you didn't believe in that, why wasn't you taking the precautions prior to make sure that doesn't happen? But you wasn't. You was wide open, legs spread wide open. You seen folks ain't even reach for no condom. You didn't even ask either. You just let it rock. You know what I'm saying? And then after the situation, it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't believe, you know, so I'm gonna keep the baby. So again, the reasoning to even have the baby is flawed. So what does that mean? That means that you know that this man is not gonna be there, but you want to have a kid for your own selfish reasons. And now you bringing the kid into this world in a broken home. And, you know, he has to face the consequences of that. The stats say what they say. You know what I'm saying? 80% chance, higher chance of going to prison. All of these crazy stats that follow, you know, kids that are brought into the world in broken homes. So just, you know, to piggyback on what Lauren said, the reasoning to even have the kid, which is what she was talking about, purpose and, you know, what can I bring to this kid? Can I guide him right? Can I get him in the right? Those thoughts are not even there. I want to have a kid because I just don't believe in abortion. Like damn whether the dad gonna be in my life. I just don't believe in that. or whatever selfish reasons. Doc told me I couldn't have a kid, or I didn't know I was gonna be able to have kids. I always had trouble. So now that I'm pregnant, I got the opportunity. I'm just gonna have a baby. I don't care. And then we're gonna figure it out on the back end. And I'm gonna villainize him for not wanting to be in a kid's life. It's just like you knew he wasn't there for that. If we're gonna be real with ourselves, but we're not real with ourselves enough.
So I like how we say stigmatized. So there, when I was growing, I mean, the same people who put stigma on having kids out of wedlock, it used to be a stigma on being loose, just out there spreading your legs to everybody. So let's not take. I know the chat is getting on me because of the sex, but that used to be a stigma as well. So you can't just be sitting here pointing at one and not pointing at the other. I think that there needs to be standards in both areas. You should not be, because you just said it several times, people are out here getting played. You can't open your legs to a man who knows how to hustle the system. He knows you want to hear somebody who's vetting you or asking the right questions, and he just asked the right questions just to get in your pants. You lost.
Yeah, I agree. But again, that goes back to what I said about intuition, because even those men who are gifted in terms of selling you that dream, what you cannot fake is consistency and investment. You cannot fake those two. Now, when we around, and this is where a lot of women get caught up, man. If we just gonna keep it all the way real here. Whenever the dude comes over, or whenever we actually do kick it, it's an amazing time. He's saying all the right things. He's paying for dinner. He's standing on the side of the street when we're walking down the sidewalk. He's a gentleman. He's calling to make sure I get in the house okay. All of these things. It's like, damn, this is a solid dude. And then you don't hear from him for 2 days. Or if you look back on the situation, we done had 10 conversations within the past month, and he done initiated one of them. Is you waking up, sending him the good morning? Is you waking up, asking him, hey, how's your day? But again, women get blinded by the fact that every time I'm around this guy, it's fun. It's amazing. He's a gentleman. He's telling me everything I want to hear. But that's what I mean. You cannot fake consistency. And the fact is, a lot of these men that women desire are not giving them consistent effort. It just looks that way because you like him so much. But if you step outside of that box and analyze the situation from an X's and O's perspective, you're going to realize that you're really giving 75% of the effort. If we're gonna be honest,
listen, I have seen people in these relationships over, and I'm doing about what I see. I'm talking about reality. I've seen women in different relationships over and over again, and they be in these relationships for like a year. That's still a year of your life with a man that went nowhere. And so that's one man, and then the next year, because some people just can't be alone. So then they in the relationship with another year, and this is going on for years. Still 40, no man. And you done been in, I can't even remember all your boyfriends by name because it's been so many. Like something's gotta give. And he showed consistency while he was there.
I don't buy that, if I'm gonna be honest. I think and even in those type of situations, if I'm gonna be honest, just because she got the man to get into the relationship, we gotta analyze how did the relationship happen. Was it him taking initiative, or did she give him an ultimatum and he just said what he had to say to keep getting those consistent benefits? Again, that's why I say like the amount of effort, the amount of initiative is gonna tell the story. Fuck how you feel when you're around him. In terms of when y'all communicate, how often is he initiating? Or is he just responding very well? You initiating 80% of the conversations, but because he's texting you back and he's not just giving you one word answers, he's giving you a couple sentences here, dropping some, gems, thought provoking shit. He may read, or he may just know how to speak well. And you thinking, well, damn, we like building something here. But again, that's because you like him so much. If you take a step back from that, you realize, damn, we done talked on the phone 16 times this month. I called him 13 of them. Is that type of analysis that a lot of women just don't want to do. Why? Because it hurts. The fact that I done invested this much and he not really giving me what I'm invested. But because I like him so much, I'm tricking myself to believe that he's as invested in this shit as I am when he never was. Mm-hmm. You just liked him a lot, and that jaded your vision. So again, we got to teach women intuition. I know, women talk about women's intuition all the time and things of that nature, man. But that shit got to be tweaked. It got to be adjusted.
This is my last time.
We only use that shit when it's beneficial for us. When after the fact you done got played. Now you want to be like, my woman's intuition was telling you should have
Yeah,
been
the red flags. But listen to this. But the problem also, and I'm gonna say this because the chat get on my they don't like me saying this, but I don't care.
Well, no, I think
I'm not here to please the chat. Listen, we can't fake like when women have sex with a man, them emotions don't come with after that sex. So if you know that sex comes with emotions, sometimes that sex is what clouds your judgment.
So why do I gotta be the adult for you?
You should be having sex then.
Right.
That's
you
what I'm
know
telling
that.
people that that's what voila, you should be having sex.
Right.
Voila.
Or
Yes.
or you should be having sex with a man who's earned it. You giving the sex to a nigga that just hit you in the DM and was like, and sent eyes.
He
He didn't even send it. He didn't even showing consistency. I done said it 100 times in a night. Women get that ass up to a man that hit her DMs. She in the gym working out.
I would hope that women aren't just out here giving up. I'm talking about the woman who really is not doing it on the first night. It is just not working for her.
Shantae, and again, this is why I like you, man, because you are very optimistic, you know, in terms of like what you think women are out here doing and what they should be doing. But let's just be honest here. Again, I'm sure Lauren could probably speak to this. She works out all the time. I'm sure it's plenty of men in her DMs putting eye emojis. And putting, hey, oh man, you look good. Oh yeah, oh that's beautiful. Fire emojis, all type of shit like that, right? But the difference is that Lauren has the wherewithal to say, you know what? I understand. I'm going to put in perspective where these compliments are coming from. Fact is, most women don't have that wherewithal. Most women are going to take that compliment, and especially if it's a guy that she likes, especially if it's a guy that's handsome or a guy with status, a guy with a blue check, all type of shit like that, and they're going to interpret it the wrong way. They're going to interpret that for interest. So it may not be the first link, sure, but he didn't hit your DMs 5 to 6 times. Y'all done start having small conversations. 2 links in, most women then gave him the ass by then. That's reality. Now, in terms of what Shan is saying, and that's why I like Shan. She's very optimistic, right? But the reality is that the bar to get that ass in today's era is very, very low. And I feel like that's the problem. And until that bar raises, we will have a bunch of these out of wedlock children, to tie back to the topic that you've been speaking of all night. That bar got to raise though. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if we expect men to just bypass it, then we are fooling ourselves. You know what I'm saying? If it's available, men gonna take it. That's just what it is.
I'm not putting on the man. I'm just saying, right. I just wanted to bring the virtuous woman back. That's all. But I give up.
Good luck. That woman over with.
Girl, don't stress yourself out.
All right, we're losing members. People dropping. I think that's a mistake. Is internet though.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it's all good. It's getting late. It's past 1 o'clock. I want to thank everybody for putting up with our shenanigans, with my shenanigans tonight. You know me. Thank you, Trill Cruise Season, as always, for joining us. Oh, here she comes. You back. Look at that. But it's okay. Thank you so much, Trill, for joining us as always. Thank you, ladies, for staying up with me. Thank you, chat, Catherine, Ms. Parker, everybody, Sean Gates, all of you guys who are here every week.
Read all the chats. Read all the chats before you leave.
And I got to read the rest of these super chats real fast because we don't want to miss them. And then go ahead. What were you about to say, Mistaken?
No, that's what I've said. Just go ahead and read the chat.
Marcel. What is Black Girl Magic and why announce it to non-Black people?
It should. We're not announcing it to non-Black people. We just announcing it to just out loud.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a question. I'm sorry. I gotta ask this one question and I'm done for the night. But go ahead, read these chats.
Rebellious videos. Unfortunately, we praise toxic behavior. Shaking my head.
You do.
Congo English. Trill, you need to reach and teach Black men worldwide. You have a gift.
You do, Trill. That's why I love you on this show.
Trill.
I appreciate y'all, man.
And his crew. Watching his crew.
And the whole crew season.
The whole crew. I love it.
Yes.
Shout out to the game, man.
We talk about your friends all the time, me and Mistake. We're like, I love, Trill and his friends. Like, they just have that, We love y'all.
Man, we've been rocking since grade school, man, literally. This is that everybody be like, damn, how y'all been cool this long? I mean, literally like 10th grade, 9th grade, and I'm 32 now, and they 30 in their 30s now. It's been the same gang. So yeah, salute to the boys, man.
That's what's up.
Gang, gang.
Taking Congo English. This is the side I love about Miss Tay.
Thank you.
You better say that. Jason C, as they say, youth is wasted on the young. They don't know what they don't know until they get to that age to receive guidance.
That's true.
Oh, Congo English. So passionate, authentic, love it. Thank you so much.
I was waiting for the comment that said Shantae is so passionate and so listen, so let me it's okay. It's next week. I got you. Just hold it next week. So let me just ask a question because this came up in Lapeef Let's Talk and it just irritates the crap out of me. We have two individuals who were on Lapeef Let's Talk last night. Great timing. The aerial question, the aerial question.
All right, I'm gonna head out. I talked about this last night.
the black era, like it frustrates me that nobody, and it goes back to the United States justice. You know, why does it have to be? She just probably had a great audition. Have you heard her voice? Her voice is beautiful. You know, so yeah, you want a redhead, but maybe there ain't no redhead who has a voice like hers. Why can't it be this woman just show up at the audition and yeah, she just so happened to be black, but she was the best person for the job? Why is that why is that never seen as a possibility? And the same thing with the U.S. Justice. It was like everybody has so much to say about this woman being the justice, and I'm like, well, we never talked about any of the other justices like this. Like we just so hard on because it's a black woman. You know, it's just so frustrating to me. Well, maybe because her resume looks like everybody else's resume, but we had to come hard on her because she's a black woman. Like, why do we do that? It frustrates me.
Well, I mean, which side giving the critique are you speaking of? You talking about us critiquing her or them critiquing her? Because I mean, she didn't be getting a lot of both. If we're gonna be honest.
For us, because we know they're gonna critique her. You know, that's a given. You know, they want to keep what they have, but for us, for our own people to do so, that's great. It's you know, if she didn't have the voice, if she didn't have, I haven't seen the movie. If she does a horrible job in the movie, I would say, oh no, they did that because she was a black girl. I mean, because they just wanted the numbers. But it's possible because I heard her on the 50th anniversary of Disney, and her voice is just
beautiful.
Speaks Disney. You know, it's beautiful. And so I hate that people are like, well, no, they probably did it because they need a black token, or no, they did. And I'm like, well, maybe, just maybe, she has talent and she got it because she was the best person for the job. How about that?
Go ahead, Lauren. I know you was about to dive in there.
Oh no, you go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead. Thank you.
I would tie it to, you know, the fact, man, like we are our biggest enemies, and it's a rough thing to admit, you know, despite the fact that we all typically suffering the same disadvantages, suffering the same systematic oppression, man. But it just seems like whenever one of us gets too high, the others take it as an indictment, right? This should be a situation where it's nothing but praise, right? This is not a, you know, this is a monumental role. This is Mermaid here, man. Like we grew up on this, like kids grew up, you know what I mean? So it's like for her to get it, we should be nothing but, especially from our side. Now, you know, going back to what Shantae said, they side is going to critique it for sure, which is understandable. But for us to do it, it's just like, why? What purpose does this serve for us to do that? She's definitely a skilled singer in terms of acting. Like, you know, regardless, it's plenty of people that done acted in their first role and killed it and cooked it. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, we just constantly bashing each other and constantly tearing each other down, we ain't gonna never progress. And I feel like that's been the main thing that's kind of holding us back. Like now, if she just did a horrible acting situation, even still, we don't say that publicly. Not behind closed doors. Hey man, she was up there bullshitting, man. I don't know what she was doing, but I'm here for the, you know, the aesthetic of it. You know what I'm saying? But for us to just be so openly critical of each other, especially if it's unnecessary in a public way. Yeah, I feel like that's the main hurdle in us progressing.
Somebody's
if I'm to be honest.
Yeah. No, I get that. And I'm like, what? Like, what are we doing here? Like, let's just give it a chance. Because when I look at the videos and I see the little black girls looking at it in their reaction video, that, in my opinion, makes it all worthwhile. I can really care, and then it's like, okay, well, let's make stuff viral. Okay, until somebody does that, until a black man or whoever steps up and does it, let's enjoy the one we see, because we want some type of representation. We do want our daughters to be able to see themselves on TV and be happy this man is giving, because he could have went into that audition. It's like, I want somebody white. It's going to be an all white cast. And then you're going to be pissed off about that. You can never win. So the man gave us an opportunity, hopefully based off of skill, because she was the person best for the job. And we complain about everything. It ain't nothing ever right. Just complain. Don't do nothing for ourselves. Like, you try to step up and do it ourselves, but just complain what somebody else does. It's like, complain.
That's the thing. Like this with elevating in general, man. We gotta understand the fact that that's gonna put a target on our back. There's no way around it. You could be the most positive person in the world. People gonna find something wrong. Oh, she's too positive. She faking. Or if you just keep it real, whatever. You ignorant. You reckless. You ghetto. You whatever. Like, it's gonna always be a critique when you elevating and when you crossing barriers that a lot of us felt like that we couldn't reach, and it comes from jealousy. Like, we are. That's why I say we are biggest enemies. Instead of just championing her and getting behind her and like, look, man, we just gonna ride. She took the role, whatever, she got it. We ride. Instead of that, we gonna critique it and try to, like, it's like, come on, bro. Like, it's a lot of that is just unnecessary. Even if you have critiques, so she may not have did a perfect job, but why you gotta say it publicly? Like, because you know what other cultures don't do? Critique their stars publicly. Critique the heads of their situations publicly, especially in terms of that. Now, we talking politics, that's another conversation. But in terms of acting and, musicianship and creatives and different things like that, you don't see a bunch of people out here just critiquing other cultures, just critiquing each other and just talking bad about each other and negative. Oh, she don't deserve it. She didn't. It's like, yeah, again, like I say, man, our culture is prided on hate. We hating. We going through it now. As far as the crew, us elevating, and we on this platform, and this person retweeting our posts and all that attention we getting. And don't get me wrong, like, we getting a lot of love, but at the same time, it's a lot of people saying, man, niggas don't deserve that. Like, what, that they ain't doing nothing that special. Oh, it's just another part. It's just like, damn, why y'all getting behind it? Like 100,000 subscribers. Like, what does that mean? It don't mean nothing. Like, it's always gonna be somebody to hate. And it's just like, why? It's just so unnecessary. Let's ride. Let's all uplift each other, because that's how we gonna close this gap in terms of progress. Going back to what I said earlier in the show about skill set and about talent and about, like, we got we got a heavy amount of that. But if we keep blockading each other, we ain't gonna never be able to use it in the way that we should and never reach our potential. We're gonna stay in the same place we are, running on that rat wheel forever, on account of us, not the system or not them. That's just real, man.
Yeah. And I just look at, like, you got little kids looking at it, and that sparks creativity in those little kids. Like, they see it and they see a vision. Okay, I want to create this.
What I was going to say is,
Boost Mobile, baby. It cuts off at the turn. I can't hear you, baby. Okay, go ahead. Mistaken is ready. Oh, Lord, it's not working. Refresh. Girl, you know that will cut off at a certain time.
Am I still lagging?
Okay, you can go. We can hear you, though.
I was just gonna say too. Just even looking at the research, it's not. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna go.
You're a little behind, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
I was gonna go on my phone. Is that better? Because I'm on the laptop.
Go.
No.
Phone.
Okay. But I was gonna say too, with us just looking at the stats, we spend. Go on the phone.
Somebody said cricket. Let her. I'm not gonna hear what she has to say. Let's just be patient for 2 seconds. Oh, here she comes.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, you good now.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is that in looking at the stats, that it was saying as African Americans, especially from the ages between 8 and 18, that the amount of time that Black people spend on TV is significantly more than anybody else across the board. And so when I think of the fact that we are viewing media that often, when you compare the positive images that you're seeing versus the negative images, how much impact that is going to have. So when you have a role like she was in, where I would think is a very positive role, especially as kids are viewing, when you're looking at that age range, even younger than 8, that those are things that we should be happy about, because she's not, nothing against Nicki Minaj and all of them, but you'll see more examples of that than on this other end with the Little Mermaid. And those are the things that I think about, is which one would I want my kids seeing? Would I want them seeing that or the other thing? And so the fact that
and the crazy thing is mistaken, the director of that is also white, but they never complain about that creator being a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? So maybe it's Nicki Minaj or any other TV show that's Black, but most of the time, there don't be Black people creating them shows. They may have some Black writers, but it's not a Black person creating the show. So nobody complains about that. So I'm just trying to figure out where the...
And just real quick, I'm seeing people in the comments say other cultures do critique their stars and stuff the same way we do ours. That's cap. That's cap. Because we critique our stars in such a public way that they see it. They may critique their stars. You sure, you're 1,000% right. But I'm on social media every day. I don't see that in that public of a way, to where it's like, damn, them boys going at it again. That's crazy. That posting disrespected, rock artists is beefing at the awards show and getting ready to fight and shooting it out and pull out type of shit. We don't see that in other cultures. We don't. But you go to the Will Smith walked up on stage, slapped the shit out of Chris Rock at the most famous Academy Award show in existence. They don't do that. So we can sit here and tie to, everybody the same. Everybody critique. No, they don't. We critique each other. It's way more vitriol in our critique. It's way more out in the open in terms of our critique. And a lot of it is just unnecessary. Like this situation. Unnecessary. Like really? A mermaid movie? Really?
Fictional character just for kids. It's a kid movie. It's for kids.
Come on, man. Like black folks got a PhD in hating, man. I ain't never seen that like really. Like and again, I hate to admit it. It's uncomfortable to admit in public, but it's a fact. Because we feel like there can only be one. If you look at all these platforms, whether it's comedy, whether it's music, whatever the case may be, we move as if, even in the actor world, whatever, we move as if it could only be one of us. That's why if you notice, when Kevin Hart rose to the top, what happened? Comedians in that same realm started tearing him down. Oh, he ain't that funny. Oh, why is he booked? He's selling out arenas. Y'all come to see that? Oh, he white folks funny. He not us funny. It's always a distinction. It's always why? He's at the top of the comedy game. Why not champion him and he can bring us up all together at the same time? Yeah. But instead of that, we got a PhD in hating. So we're going to come out and say on a public platform like Breakfast Club, that's a nationally syndicated radio show, come out there and say, this man ain't that damn funny, man. Why are y'all supporting him like this? This crazy. Like, I've been doing it longer than he have. I've been whatever the case. No, you don't do that. You don't hear white comedians coming out on nationally syndicated radio stations and podcasts critiquing each other. Hell no. Seinfeld ain't that damn funny. Like, why are y'all Seinfeld? No, I mean this man. People writing his jokes for him. You don't see that. So people got to stop saying that bullshit. No, we do not all critique each other the same. No, we do not. There's way more vitriol when it's us critiquing each other. And if you don't accept that, you just don't live in reality, bro.
All right. I didn't mean for it to go forward. I just wanted to point that out on this show. As being a part of the Lakeith, Junior Network as well, that we believe We are happy for Ariel, and I'm glad that she got the job. Well, I'm happy for isn't it Holly? Which one is she? Chloe?
Haley.
Haley. And I'm glad that she got the job. And I think that she's going to do a wonderful job, and we will go see it. Well, at least I will. I will be supporting it because I would like to see that. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you guys again for sticking with us as I rant on. I had one more super chat real fast. We're not going to discuss it. Just real, we just want to acknowledge it. Thank you so much, Marcel.
Mm-hmm. They critique their stars in their home countries? ?
We don't know. We don't know. But thank you for the super chat. And thank you guys for sticking with us again. Ladies and gents, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Again, next week, I'll let you guys know what the topic is. Maybe Trill can join us, but maybe not. We don't know. Okay. Anyhow, thanks again, guys. Talk to you guys. See you.
Good night.
Good night.
He said grease.